Good evening, and thank you for joining us for committee interviews being held just before our council meeting this evening. And first, we will be interviewing one candidate for the Parks and Recreation Committee, and then we will move on to two candidates for the Historic Landmarks Committee. So we'll start with Parks and Recreation, and I'd like to welcome our applicant, Jolly Earl. So thanks for being here. And yeah, what we'll do is I'll start with an opening question, and then the other council members will each ask a question. This is very casual, and if you could just limit your answers to around a minute, that would be great. And yeah, so thanks for being here.
Yep.
So my question is, members of the Parks and Recreation Committee advise the City Council and Planning Commission on topics related to recreation, parklands, trails, and public facilities. So why are you interested in serving on the committee, and what special skill set can you provide to this advisory committee?
Thank you for that question. I'm interested in just getting to know how the parks, I guess, work, and contributing some of my own knowledge in working with small children and working as an educator, also a PE background and physical education. I guess I threw my name in the hat because I was just really curious about it, about how it works, and I'm an avid trail user. Also, my kids came up through the Arcata Rec programs, and I just think I wanted to just serve the city. That's in a nutshell.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just kind of rotate going down the dais. So Alex, would you like to go next? I'm sorry, Council Member Stillman.
Well, I have question number 4. So I read your resume, and you've done a lot, and it's really exciting to have you apply, and I really appreciate it, and thank you. My question is, please share an example of a successful collaboration you have been part of in the realm of parks, recreation, or community building, and what made those collaborations successful. Thank you.
I don't have any experience in park and recreation building, community building. I do that through my work as a teacher, collaborating with the other staff members at my school to hold our vision and to keep the container of a safe, happy school for the kids. And I have worked on the trails with Hum Trails and with the RCMBA, so I don't know if that applies to collaborating, but I guess we did all chip in and work together to make some of the new trails up in the forest. The Peanut Butter Trail and then the Trail 13.5.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor Schaefer.
Great, yes, thank you for being here. So what do you see as some of the upcoming challenges or opportunities for the city's parks and facilities and recreation offerings?
One of the challenges I see is holding the vision to make some spaces that are more inclusive. I know that the Greenview Playground was a really nice upgrade to that old park. I happen to live right by the park on Hager Avenue. I can't remember the name, but there's nothing in there right now, and I know that just came up for consideration by the city to see how we could, what kind of input people are wanting, what people are wanting to see, and so I know that that's going to probably keep happening as playgrounds get outdated, trails need to be upgraded. I kind of lost your question, but I'm sorry.
You're doing great. You said challenges. Now opportunities, if you have anything in mind, just things that you're looking forward to in our park system or recreation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there would ever be a dog park, but I think that would be a great addition to our community. I had to go to Eureka today for my dog, which wasn't bad, but and then the other idea, the park that's going in by the Mad River, Carlson Park, I don't know if that's fully developed, but what a great opportunity for the people that live in Valley West to go out there and be able to run or do whatever they need to do just to get out and exercise and have friends and have fun.
Thank you. Councilmember Watson?
Do you have a favorite park in the city?
Redwood Park. Yes. And go ahead.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councilmember Matthews?
Hi, thanks for being here. It's nice to see you in person.
Thank you.
So you touched on it a little bit, but how do you think Arcata can create more inclusive parks and recreation programs?
Well, probably just by doing their homework about what's happening in the schools. What are the schools doing? Because they tend to lead area, playgrounds. I think maybe rec leads. My impression is that if we learn from the schools that are at the bottom ground, working with children and older children, then we could find ways to keep playgrounds upgraded, And then also looking at ADA and the other things that need to be looked at for building.
Thank you so much.
Are there any final questions from the council? Okay. Jolly, was there anything that you wanted to add?
No, I'm a little nervous, as you can tell.
No, we all get it. We've been on the other side.
Yeah,
It's nerve-wracking. No, so we'll be talking about you later in the meeting. So you're welcome to stay and listen, or go home and watch from the comfort of your home, whatever you'd like.
Okay. That's probably what I'll do. My husband's cooking. Yay!
Yeah. All right.
I love that.
Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, so next we will move on to the next phase here. So for the applicants, so for the applicants for Historic Landmarks Committee, we've got Dr. Jeanette Cooper and Daniel Duncan. So if you guys want to come up to the chairs up here. So welcome to both of you, and thank you for coming. The way when we've got more than one candidate, what we do is we go back and forth. So we'll start first with Dr. Cooper. We'll ask you the first question, and then Daniel, you'll get to answer that second. When we get to the next round, you'll get to go first, and that way. So I'll go ahead and start with the first opening question. And so this will be to Dr. Cooper. Could you tell us about your background and experience related to historic, cultural, and/or archaeological resources, evaluation, and preservation? Yes, please. Do your best.
Let's start today. Currently, I'm a board member of the Historical Site Society of Arcata. I've been involved for 25 years with respect to my interests and activities with historic landmarks with the city. Started out as a docent when I was in college, at the Historical Site Society, and interpreted various Victorians and so forth for various functions. And that was way back then. And since then, I've gotten degrees in various subjects like bachelor's degree in history, minors in anthropology, a PhD in archaeology, stuff like that. That has helped a lot. And I've done two things. I've straddled two worlds, the world of archaeology, which I've been a career professional for 20 years. And but at the same time, I have straddled. At first, I started with doing, while I was in graduate school, I would split my time between the Mediterranean, which was a key archaeological focus, and Humboldt County, because I couldn't leave it. My heartstrings were planted as an undergraduate, and I don't know, you've probably met people just like me. My heartstrings were planted, and I couldn't leave it alone. So I did cultural resource management here, and I have been doing that for 25 years as well, which includes all sorts of archaeology with native peoples, but it also includes the evaluation of historic structures in the city. I had the great pleasure to work on many occasions with, I don't know if you know her, but to me, she's renowned Susie Van Kirk. And, she's really written a lot of the stuff that we still use today for, interpreting and understanding our, do I have to stop soon? Probably. So I'm on a roll. My heart, like I said, is with this city, and it's time, I take all this education and all this experience and start giving it back to the city. And so that's why I'm here.
Thank you. And so, Daniel, can you tell us about your background and experience related to historic, cultural, and/or archaeological resources, evaluation, and preservation?
Okay. Wow, she's way more qualified than me. But since I'm here, I'll go ahead and answer the questions and tell you about myself. I'm or was a builder in Arcata, small world construction, and I specialized in older homes, fixing them up, and even building homes that had traditional style. So I approach architecture through building, and I think that gives me a kind of a unique perspective because I know what works in a building, and I know why it works, and architecture defines that realm. So I'm very interested in the way those two meet, the building requirements, financial and practical, and the architectural requirements for beauty and fit and on its site. So that's where I come from, and I love our old buildings, and I want to learn more about how the city government works and play a part in what happens, what's coming up.
Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll go ahead and start on this end of the dais. So, Councilmember Matthews?
Sure. So, Daniel, this question will be to you first. So, are you familiar with the resources inventory work that the committee is working on? If so, what are your thoughts on this work?
I'm not familiar with that. You said the resources?
Yeah, what the committee is working on right now.
Well, the only thing that I know about is they're looking at properties within the gateway area to define historic sites. Otherwise, no, I don't. That's all I'm familiar with.
All right, thank you. Jeanette, same question. Are you familiar with the resources inventory work the committee is working on? If so, what are your thoughts on the work?
Actually, I think we're on the same page, he and I, other than the Gateway project, which seems to be in the forefront of, of everything in the city right now for a lot of good reasons. And I know that interpreting, historical structures in that particular area is of prime importance. But beyond that, I certainly know, if I understand your question correctly, I know the body of resources in which they have to refer to because I refer to them myself every day. One of the things I am doing that I didn't mention before that even makes me more qualified, is I'm currently working on researching land use throughout time of contact, i.e. creating chains of title, working with the Humboldt County Records Office and so forth, and creating these incredible histories of the transfers of properties and so forth since the beginning. So anyway, resources, I got your resources.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Watson?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Schaefer?
Sure. So what criteria identifiers do you think are important to historic resource identification and preservation? First going to you, Dr. Cooper.
Well, the good news is I don't have to decide those things because they're already, there's basically a legal agenda in which we need to follow. It has to be so many years old. It has to represent not just, it can't just be 50 years old or more, but it can represent something very particular or special for its time. So the federal government has a whole series of criteria, and California state office also has input with respect to how we define these things and how we identify these things. Yes, everything has a little bit of subjectivity, right? That's the way life works. But within that very, clear framework that's offered by the feds and the state, I think my experience helps me to figure out what the decisions that I might recommend. And again, ultimately, I think it's been my job in all my positions to make recommendations more than it is to make decisions. And I would use that same approach in this committee, you know, recommending to my fellow committee members who would then in turn recommend. I mean, yeah. So.
Great, thank you. So same question to you, Daniel. What criteria do you think is important when identifying historic resources?
Well, the details that define the historic structure are what's important to be able to do that. And I think, yes, the historic building is a historic building by definition at a certain point, but I know that one of the things that the committee does is it reviews requests from owners of historic buildings to make modifications. And so I think that, you know, having some insight into what works in that historic building and what would be acceptable is important. And I think I could bring that to the committee. And the other aspect is, yes, a historic building is a historic building, but Arcata is full of history, full of older, beautiful buildings that don't have that identification. Maybe some of them will in the future. And, you know, I look at them and I admire them, and you know, when they're ready, I would like to include them in that process, in that designation.
Thank you both.
So I think I have the next question. So Dan, why do you want to serve on the committee? Thank you for telling us.
Why do I want to serve?
Yes, the question is, why would you like to serve on this committee?
Well, because I love old buildings, and you know, it's a hobby of mine to just drive around and look at them and study them, and I'm trying to learn about architecture. I don't consider myself an expert, and I think being on the committee would be an access to that, an avenue to that, to increase that. And you know, the more I know and the more that I learn, the better I'll be able to make recommendations to the committee for its actions in relationship to all that's going on in Arcata, and especially now with the housing that's needed due to Cal Poly's expansion. Everybody knows there's a tremendous pressure for new building, and I am interested in seeing a conformity of the new structures with the existing, and so I give a lot of attention to that.
Thank you. So Jeanette, can you tell us why you would like to serve on this committee, please?
I think I touched on it a little when I was speaking, responding to a different question, and I have this city has been, this county, this city has been really good to me. It has provided me a home. It started my career, my education. I have acquired so much knowledge about the history of this city and its structures. It's time to give back. It's time for me to, I mean, I have so much inside here that I really want, I want to give back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, you know, infill is one of our big goals in the city, and you know, I think usually a lot of people agree that the best place for infill is around a downtown area, so it's convenient for people so they can walk and eliminate the need for cars. But we've also designated some properties historic, kind of, you know, around the downtown, like the Chapman House is an example. So how do you, you know, balance that? How do you make that trade-off between saying, well, we want to look at this house from 1850 versus we should build housing for people today?
Well, excuse me. I think that's interesting because that's a question that most cities with historic structures ask. And one of the things that is being done in a lot of cities with dense historic centers is the reassignment of use of those structures that are already there. You can infill, you can build structures around those structures. You don't necessarily take away from the importance of a structure by building, you know, mother-in-law units or even, you know, various other things in the lands that's around those units. But also, it doesn't compromise necessarily the structure to create perhaps office space in a beautiful, huge Victorian, you might. So it's a compromise. And like, again, reassignment, rather than be as a single dwelling, that houses 2 people in a structure that has 12 to 15 rooms, you can then house, a number of people or businesses. So, yeah, it's a compromise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
I think I understood.
Okay.
You're looking for. Briefly, there's only so many old buildings, historic buildings, and I want to keep as many of them as we can because they're part of who we are. It's part of our history. And even there's some older buildings which look like, maybe they lived their life and it's time to, move on to something else. Well, I've taken some of those buildings and I've brought them back to life. So I can, I know how to do that. But then there are some that just are ready to go. And so I'm open to that. And I'm also open to, like she said, having different uses in the older building, like making a residence into offices and, whatever works. But there needs to be a harmony, in my opinion, between the older structures and the newer structures that come in. And I know that other cities with form-based code have been able to achieve that. And I'd like to see Arcata do that too.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions from council? All right. Anything that either of you would like to add?
Yes, I have one. I am concerned, as many of you maybe know, I write, and I write for publication. And I wouldn't want there to be any conflict of interest between my duties on the board, on the committee, and what I write about. I wouldn't want there to be some kind of, feeling of a reader that I was using my knowledge from the government, my government position to make a statement, or the reverse of that, criticizing the city council for a decision that it made from being within a government committee. So I'd like to hear from you what you think about that.
So you're worried about conflict of interest?
Yeah. Do you see that as a possible thing?
I have no idea personally. So
You have no what?
idea personally if it's a conflict of interest. Maybe someone else in the council knows.
Usually you just kind of have to evaluate. I mean, we all have potentials of conflict of interest all the time, and we can still serve, but you just have to be aware and careful of that and know when to recuse yourself or when to maybe, not write something that would be a conflict. So that's really a personal decision up to you in those situations. But it's pretty much a case by case. We all have the opportunity for conflicts as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think that necessarily excludes you is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And having been on that committee, you don't always know what's going to be coming onto the agenda, so you have no idea.
Yeah.
So it could be something you've already done, and then you have to just state that you have done that.
Right. Just be upfront about it. Be open about it. Yeah.
I just want to say thank you for considering my application and letting me say all my words.
Absolutely. It's great to have two candidates. So thank you both. And we will be making the decision later in the meeting. So you're welcome to hang out and watch in person or go home and view it from the comfort of your own home, whatever works best for you. But thank you for being here.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Has this been televised too, or?
It is. You are officially a TV star right now, Daniel. That's right. It's your 15 minutes. You're welcome. All right, and we've got about 4 minutes until 6, so we'll go ahead and just take a 4-minute recess and come back online at 6. Thank you. All right. Good evening, and thank you for viewing the August 3rd meeting of the Arcata City Council. The City Council meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting with both in-person attendance and teleconference access via Zoom. Our first item, which is new to our agenda this evening, is a land acknowledgement. So I would like to acknowledge and thank the staff and elected leaders of the Wiyot tribe for working with the City of Arcata to formalize a land acknowledgement. During our last meeting, the council adopted a new meeting structure that includes the following opening. The City of Arcata acknowledges that the lands we are located on are the unceded ancestral lands of the Wiyot tribe. The land that Arcata rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Gudini, meaning over in the woods or among the redwoods. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments removed the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threatened to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Arcata acknowledges the Wiyot community, their elders, both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement seeks to aid in dismantling the legacy narratives of settler colonialism. Item 2 is our flag salute, so if you would like, please join us. Would the city clerk please call roll?
Mayor Atkins Salazar.
Here.
Vice Mayor Schaefer.
Here.
Councilmember Stillman.
Present.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
All present.
Great, thank you. If you wish to make a comment during the meeting, either at the 2 open public comment periods or for an individual agenda item, there are 3 ways to do so. If you are here in person, please line up behind the podium when the item you would like to speak on is accepting public comment. If you are logged on to Zoom, click Raise Your Hand when it is time for public comment on the item you wish to speak on. If you are on the phone, press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. When it is your turn, you will be prompted to dial *6 on your phone. For each item, we will be taking in-person comment first and then move to the online comments. We won't be going back and forth, so if you are wanting to comment, please line up at the podium or raise your electronic hand as soon as public comment is requested for that item. So first we have early oral communications. And the City Council values your comments. This 15-minute time period allows people to address the Council on matters that are not on the agenda. Please know that pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot discuss or take action on items that are not listed on the posted agenda. At the end of all oral communications, the Council may respond to statements. Supported requests that require Council action will be set for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers may be limited to 2 minutes. There will also be a time for public to comment specifically on each agenda item and again at the end of the meeting under item 12. So just to clarify, we're going to go back to a previous way for the first early oral communication. So at the end of the meeting, there's no limit. Except for if the meeting were to go too late on how many people can comment. For early communications, we do have a 15-minute time limit, and that allows for about 7 to 8 people if everyone takes their full 2 minutes. And in the past, we usually only have a couple people that do speak, but at one of our last meetings, we had quite a few, actually, over 8 that were speaking, and so it just reminded us that we should be a little more orderly in that so that people understand the process. So we won't do it this week because I wanted to give everybody a heads up as to what we're doing, but we've got numbers that are over on the city clerk's desk, and so what we'll do is if you are someone that wants to speak on early oral communication, when you get to chambers, you should take a number. We will have 4 available for in-person, and then we'll leave 4 slots open for online. If we don't have 4 in-person or 4 online, we'll borrow. We're not trying to limit anyone. We're just trying to make sure that we stay within that 15 minutes. If we've got 12 people and everybody's keeping it brief, 30 seconds, we'll hear all 12. So really, we're just trying to create an orderly process. So next week when you get here, you can all run up and fight for numbers to be first. So we'll go ahead and open that. So we'll start with Joanne, but if anyone else is here in person and would like to speak, please, and you can, or you don't even have to, Joanne, for this time, but. Thanks for following the rules. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. It's good to see all of you up here. It's been a while. My name is Joanne McGarry, as you know, but I want people who don't know to know that I sometimes go by McGreta because I believe the climate reality is first and foremost the thing we should be recognizing and acknowledging in our community and working towards mitigating and adapting to. So I just want to remind you that the city of Arcata did declare a climate emergency way back in September of 2019. We need to revisit that. We need to maybe redeclare it, as we oftentimes do for this COVID pandemic. We redeclare on the agenda. So I just really want us to not forget that we are in the middle of a great reality of climate change, and our community can do so much to work towards making it a little more livable for the future by our actions here at City Council and in the community, whether it's on development of neighborhoods or ordinances on houselessness or composting, organic matter, or transportation issues. So I just want to say the climate is number one. But I also do want to let you know I appreciate the acknowledgement that you just read, Mayor, about the WIOT. And it's about time that we did that, and let's keep doing it, and let's do it, always with fervor to remind us about that. So I'm running out of time, so thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Joanne.
Joanne, don't take the number with you, please. Thank you. Thank you.
No, she's taking it
She's
home,
going to keep it
she's
so she always
first.
has number one.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor. I'm Fred Wise. The July 26th Planning Commission transcript is on the website arcata1.com. It has a new feature with a table of contents of about 20 items. You can click on one of the items and go right to that section of the Planning Commission meeting to save you time, or if you just want to look at a specific thing. Yesterday, the Transportation Safety Committee had a meeting. They came out strongly in support of their recommendation for the L Street pathway, staying as a potential linear park, which I support. It's on the front page of arcata1.com. The letters that the city has been receiving about the gateway are now online, which is great. They're only going to be it says they're going to be updated every 2 months, which is not so good. I have some suggestions for how that can be improved. I think if an efficient process were in place, it could be done quickly. I can volunteer to help if necessary, but they can just be amended to any existing PDF, and then they'll be up to date. I did talk to the developer in Santa Cruz. I mentioned the building in Santa Cruz that I like. They do not build up here. I got confirmation that it is pricey. I got some dollar figures. They do have architectural services, and I'll make the point that good design does not necessarily have to cost money. There's a lot of features of that building which could be incorporated at not large cost. Let's see here. Okay. I have a handout for everybody. It has to do with a phrase that I brought up 3 times at different committees. It's the phrase time certain review. I have a letter for everyone. I'd like you to read it and take some action on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank you, Fred. I know the website you run takes an enormous amount of work, and I really think it's a huge asset to the community. So thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to fast forward to specific pieces of meetings, so thank you for that tool.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Greg Daggett. A few weeks ago I read an article in the Lost Coast Outpost on the Creekside projects that I'm sure you're all aware of. That was a pretty extensive process that you went through to basically have senior housing and also housing that would also, when they had problems with their health, and this was something that was very important to the city. I was really shocked to read what actually happened with that, with the university basically offering about double the amount that was being negotiated. So I don't know what happened to the university's moral compass in that, but that was something that really showed their true colors. This is the second project that the city has basically lost. The first one was sort of, we kind of said the community was giving them a hard time and didn't quite work out. Well, I think with the second one, it's pretty clear what they did was not right, and the seniors are, a group that has paid for that university. It pays for the salaries, it pays for their health care, their pensions, and to pull this off is totally unacceptable. So I'm a little concerned because I haven't really heard anything too strong from the city about this, and they're a pretty powerful organization. We got a lot of people that get jobs later on down the road with the university and with government positions here. So I'm a little concerned that where is the outrage? This is something that was a done deal, and it's not anymore. So I really would appreciate a response. Thank you.
Would you please leave your contact information with the city clerk? I'd love to talk to you after the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you for that. Let's see no one else in person. Let's go ahead and go to online.
There's no early online communications.
Okay, so next we'll go to the consent calendar, and all matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is required, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. At the end of the reading of the consent calendar, council members or members of the public can request that an item be removed for separate discussion. So we have A, approve the meetings of the City Council meeting of June 22nd, 2022. B, approve the minutes of the City Council meeting of July 11th, 2022. C, approve the minutes of the City Council meeting of July 20th, 2022. D, biweekly report on disbursements. E, declare a continuation of the local emergency related to the coronavirus pandemic. F, adopt ordinance number 1556, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Arcata adding Chapter 7, Military Equipment Use Policy to Title 3, Public Safety of the Arcata Municipal Code, waive reading of the text and consent to read by title only. G, adopt resolution number 223-09, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata amending the class and pay resolution, International Union of Operating Engineers Local Number 3, to reflect reclassification of Natural Resources Technician to Natural Resources Specialist. 2, adopt resolution number 223-10, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata amending the class and pay resolution, management, mid-management, confidential, and appointed employees to reflect the new position of Wastewater Operations and Compliance Manager, new position of Information Technology and Digital Media Technician, and reclassification of Information Technology Manager to Deputy Director Information Technology. Adopt resolution number 223-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata amending the resolution establishing and authorizing supplemental compensation and benefits for management and confidential employees to reflect title changes. H, award a construction contract for the Arcata Storage Tank 1C project to Mercer Fraser Company in the amount of $3,390,975. Authorize the city engineer to increase the contract amount by up to $339,097.50, which is 10%, for a total of $3,730,072.50 to allow for any unforeseen contingencies and additional work as necessary, and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. I, approve a purchase contract with Owen Equipment for one Vector Impact Combination Machine in the amount of $367,505.78, including tax and freight. authorize a cost increase for up to 10%, $36,750.58 for contingency for a total potential cost of $404,256.36, and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. J, approve a purchase contract with Jack Doheny Company for one sewer camera van with WinCan software in the amount of $299,929.89, including taxes and freight, and authorize the city manager to execute all applicable documents. K, direct the city manager to execute the 3-year Cal Poly Humboldt ridership agreement and future amendments with the city of Arcata. L, adopt resolution number 223-08, accepting a fee title interest in assessor's parcel number, it's APN 505-251-011, and a public access easement over a portion of APN number 505-251-013 from Humboldt State University Real Estate Holdings or successor in interest. And M, adopt resolution number 223-12, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata responding to the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury Report entitled "The Sea Also Rises." Would any council member like to remove any items from consent?
I'd like to remove item M, please. M is a mother.
I'd like to remove A, B, D, and G through L.
Did you say B or D?
Both.
A, B, D?
Yeah.
Did you ask A, B, C, and D? Is that what you asked for?
Just A, B, and D.
And then you said G through L?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Okay, so, all right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to remove the 3 remaining items that we have, which would be C, E, and F?
This is a general question. Can we check to make sure that the live broadcast is going through? Is there someone who can check on that? I got a message that it was not, but it may be incorrect. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fred.
Well, I would move for adoption. Did you say E and F?
So the only ones that aren't pulled right now are C, E, and F.
I would move for E, B, and F approval.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we approved items C, E, and F. All right, so let's go ahead and start with item A.
Yeah, first I just wanted to say it's always nice when, sometimes things take a lot of time to get through the city. And it's always nice to see it, when you plant a seed and it come to fruition. And so, yeah, I'm, just really elated that we were finally able to do the land acknowledgement. So item A, the minutes of the June 22nd meeting, on page 21 of the agenda packet. Under council and staff reports, there was received an update from Emily Sinkhorn, Director of Environmental Services, on the City of Arcata's wastewater and water infrastructure planning. And then it says Matthews moved and Schaefer seconded to table this item to the next agenda. And it was a unanimous vote. And so we're on our 3rd agenda since that meeting, and I don't think that's appeared on our agenda. So, it was a majority vote by the council. It's pretty clear direction. So I was just trying to understand why that has not come back to us yet. And specifically for me, because my tour was canceled, I'm not getting the information I've been requesting about the project. So yeah, if we could get a response to that, that'd be great.
Sure, and I apologize. I don't recall intentionally leaving that off. Do you know why it hasn't come back on, Karen?
We've reviewed it in agenda sessions. Emily Sinkhorn is out of the office and was not going to be available for 2 of those meetings, was part of that, but it is still slated to come back to the council.
Okay, so it will be back when Emily's back in town? Okay.
Yeah, just because it clearly said the next meeting. So that was my concern. It didn't seem like there was any room for interpretation. Okay.
So I'll move for item A. Is that how we do it, one item? I would move for item A, approval of item A.
I'll second.
And and I apologize, but we should have called for public comment when we took our first vote on C, E, and F. So is there any public comment? We'll just rewind a bit for C, E, and F. Okay, anyone online? Okay, so then before we vote on A, is there any public comment on A? Okay, So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, item B.
I'm looking at packet page 24, where it's talking about the report out from the closed session. And it says, on motion by Stillman, seconded by Schaefer, and with a unanimous voice vote, the council confirmed that all information and communication about the Driscoll litigation shall be made through the city attorney's office. And I'm just wondering if that's legal, if that was a legal vote. My understanding was that there's actually state law, allowing their attorney to contact elected officials. So I was hoping we could get another opinion on that from the city attorney.
I don't understand your question, Brett. We passed, we voted on that, this action. You're saying you don't think it's a legal action?
I'm asking whether or not it is. I'd like confirmation.
I would say it is, personally.
Are you aware of the state law that allows the attorney to contact us directly?
Well, you were at that meeting.
Yeah, that's why I'm questioning it.
Okay, well, why don't we go to Attorney Diamond? I'm sure she has a official answer for us.
Yeah, the city council as an entity holds all of the privileges of attorney-client privilege communications. And in this litigation, unfortunately, Councilmember Watson has breached that without the authority of the city council. So the city council took action to have all of communications about this litigation funneled through the city attorney's office, from the city attorney, from the city council, to the city attorney, to opposing counsel. The opposing counsel can certainly communicate directly with the city council, but what this action does is says that city council members may not respond to opposing counsel.
Well, I think the other part of that is, too, we can't pass any litigation information that we've received on to anyone else, but it's all considered private. And I believe there was an issue with that happened with you, Brett?
Yeah, basically I accidentally did a reply all, so I did apologize for that. And again, I just wanted to make sure, based off of the communication through the Driscoll's attorney, that it was, basically that was something that we did that was legal. So thank you for clarifying that.
So I would move for approval of the minutes for July 11th.
Second.
Okay, do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on item B? Is there no one online, Karen? No. Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Thank you. That takes us to D.
All right, packet page 39. Check number 246962, top left. The Community Reinvestment Fund. I was just curious what that was.
So that is an accumulation of fees that we pay to CRF, or the Community Reinvestment Fund, for servicing loans that we have here at the city.
Okay. And then right below that, Cooperation Humboldt, the $14,000 payment.
Yes, so that is for CUNA, and that would be for our contract or MOU for ARPA-related funds.
Okay. And then just below that, there was several expenses to Davidson Bros Lock and Safe.
I believe that would just be random, well, not random, but miscellaneous invoices for various locks we have replaced here at the city, or repairs.
Okay. And then packet page 42, check number 247028, CalTIP, for $63,000.
That's our annual insurance for transit.
Okay. It's annual insurance for what?
Transit.
For transit, okay. And that was it for item D. So I'll make a motion to approve item D.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any public input on item D? Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, item G.
May I please have a staff report?
Yes, the staff report is based on council's adoption of the 2022-2023 budget. It included approval of position and organizational changes in the Environmental Services Department and the IT Division of the City Manager Office. The action before you tonight formalizes those changes as it regards assigning titles and salary ranges within the city's overall classification and compensation plans. It is recommended that council adopt the respective resolutions as listed out on the agenda and staff report to incorporate those changes. It's not an addition, it is a reclassification of the current information technology manager position. The reclassification does restructure the IT division, and it does create a higher salary for that position.
Okay. So we can't just keep them in that position and pay them more money? We're just creating a new title?
It's a new title, and then it changes where it falls in the salary schedule and in relation to the other similarly situated positions.
Okay.
Do you have another question on that, or can I move? I'll move for adoption of item number G.
A second.
Cool. I do have more questions. Okay.
Oh, you do have another question?
He does. He said yes.
Sorry. Yeah, could you just talk more about the natural resource specialist position?
What can I answer for you?
Just, I guess, clarify what they'll be doing, what their job duties are.
In addition to what's in the job description, or?
Yeah, if you could explain it to me, that'd be great.
Okay. So this is a position that was initially created back in 2006, and it is a single classification mainly dedicated to our forestry division. They're the main person that is assigned to the technical and field duties that relate to the mainly the forest, open spaces, a lot of those surveying for owls, some of our biological surveys in that regard. And over the several years, the position has been it's grown in responsibilities that have been assigned to it for various mandates that we have and various requirements of the position. And then in addition to that, more recently, upon the retirement of our previous Environmental Services Director, that position at the time was also serving as an on-staff registered professional forester that is licensed through the state. And with that retirement, this position took on several other duties. Is not registered, but a lot of the duties that can be performed under a registered professional forester. And we have found through the transition with that director position that it is best served to have this position maintain those duties, and then we will contract out for the professional forester as needed.
Thanks. And then, yeah, there's kind of a similar thing for the wastewater operations and compliance manager.
So this is a new position as explained in the job description, and also as was discussed in the budget study sessions that happened. There's been a reassessment on how the structure of the wastewater treatment plant is going to function. And we have an upcoming retirement in our deputy director position there that currently is required to maintain the state levels necessary to serve as the chief plant operator for both water treatment and wastewater treatment, in addition to capital improvement projects and corporation yard. So we are splitting out the requirements to maintain the state certifications, maintain and obtain. And this new position in the wastewater treatment plant will now serve as be the one to be licensed and serve as the chief plant operator for our wastewater operations. So they will now be overseeing wastewater operations and maintenance. In addition to, we have a current position that manages our accredited lab, and as well as our regulatory compliance for the plant. And that position is now being eliminated, and those duties are being obtained, or being put into this new position, in addition to being the certified wastewater treatment plant manager.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions for that item. So a motion to approve item G. Oh, we already did.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor? Aye. Takes us to item H.
Yeah, if we could start with the staff report, that'd be great. Please.
Sorry, when you say that, you just want me to read the title, or I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just looking for a staff report on the item.
You know, I just have to interrupt for a moment. Excuse me. You know, I read all this information. I assume you did too, so you understand what's going on. And
No,
so
actually, I don't. So this is kind of the result of a decision that the council made,
well,
where I'm not allowed to.
I read it.
Yeah.
And you don't read it? You can't read it?
So you want to talk about my disability right now?
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Sure.
We had all this. Okay.
So what I can say is if you can pull an item and ask questions. If the council feels like there's a need to move on, you can move to call the question, and we can vote on that to see if we want to move on. Those are two ways to go about it. So until then, go ahead,
Sure.
Councilmember Watson.
Yeah. So I mean, just to explain it, basically, I need information explained to me over the phone, in person, and this is the only opportunity I'm allowed right now to get my questions answered.
We need this storage tank.
Cool. I just I just want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence and understanding things before I vote on it. I don't want to just rubber stamp stuff.
So I'll go ahead and give just a little brief background on this. So I will start by saying this is a great project. It's a new water tank, 1 million gallon water storage tank for the city. And it's a project, I guess, as I assume, it's been on the books for about 3 years. We've been talking about it. We increased our water and sewer rates, I guess, a couple years ago for large infrastructure projects just like this to help pay for this. We also have a grant, an IIG grant, for I believe it's a little over $1 million that goes towards this project as well. And it's been on the CIP for the last 2 years, I believe. So it's primarily a water storage tank, but there's also, I think, around 2,200 linear feet of new pipe water line that connects the tank to our main system.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed this in all the contracts where we do this contingency. So in this one, it's 10%. And it's just not, maybe I'm mistaken. It's just not something that you really see a lot in the private sector, it seems like. And I'm just wondering, basically saying we'll approve an additional $340,000 on top of what you quoted us. It just, I don't know. It just kind of seems, it seems bizarre to me. And I'm just wondering, over the last maybe 10, 20 contracts we've done where we've done contingencies, what has the result been? Have we been maxing out the 10%? What does that look like?
So every project varies, and they're all different. There's always risks depending on the type of projects. With a lot of underground projects, we have no idea what's underground to a degree, and so we never know what to expect. And so if we award for just the contract amount and there are any changes that need to happen, then everything needs to come back to council. It holds up construction. There's just lots of impacts as a result of that. So we typically try to budget knowing that there's potential for those, with the hopes of not using that contingency, but knowing that it's there if we do. So again, it varies depending on the projects. Larger projects, we typically reduce the contingency because the amount is still pretty high. But on smaller projects, we use a larger contingency because 20% of even a small amount doesn't really cover you too much depending on what repairs and what changes are needed. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
Okay, thank you. A motion to approve item H.
I'll second.
Okay, do we have any public input on this? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that takes us to item I.
May I please have a staff report?
Sure. So this item is to approve a purchase contract with Owen Equipment for one Vector Impact combination machine in the amount of $367,505.78. It allows a cost increase for up to 10% for contingency for a total of $256.36. The current proposed purchase of a new VAC truck, Vector Impact Combination Vehicle, will replace the other Vector truck within the city's fleet, which is non-compliant with the California Air Resources Board emissions requirements and would need to undergo costly retrofits for maintenance service. So environmental services staff believe that a new vehicle purchase is better and more worthwhile enduring investment for the city's fleet.
I kind of mentioned it's not completely common for us to have a contingency on a vehicle purchase. This is being purchased on what's called a cooperative purchase agreement. So these are costs that are approved through basically the state or another governmental entity has done a formal bid process, and it's created a list that's allowed. The cooperative purchase, so we have reached out, and the price that is quoted in the staff report is current as of the date that we wrote the staff report. But those cooperative purchase contracts can change as of August 1st. So that's why that contingency was built in.
Yeah, I saw that it was August 1st. Does it go up? I mean, there's a chance that it might go even higher than
It can. I mean, it's unlikely in this purchasing environment that it would go down, but it is a bid process, and so they do funnel through again. And, in years past, you maybe would have gotten a better price with supply chain issues and cost escalation right now. That was their estimate of what the new cooperative purchase could look like.
Awesome. I think I drove behind one of them on my way home today. They're very cool-looking vehicles.
What exactly does this machine do again?
So the Vector truck is the truck used within the sewer collection system to suck blocks and move sewage out of the sewage system when we need to.
Thank you. I'll move to approve item I.
Second.
Do we have any public input on item I? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and item J?
Yeah, if I could please have a staff report, I'd be very grateful.
Sure. So the city currently operates one sewer camera truck for maintenance of our wastewater collection system. The utilities crew has kept that vehicle and equipment operating despite many maintenance challenges and obsolete software that is without the capacity to be upgraded. Therefore, the purchase of a new sewer camera inspection vehicle with functional software is essential to continue to maintain our wastewater collection system and reduce inflow and infiltration. The recommendation is to approve a purchase contract with Jack Doheny Company for one sewer cam vehicle with the software in the amount of $299,929.89, which includes taxes and freight.
It reminds me of the street sweeper, which is held together, I think, with baling wire. And I'm hoping that maybe next year there'll be a possibility to get one. I know they're very expensive, just like this equipment, but they're necessary.
And we had budgeted for all of this, didn't we? So we've already, okay.
Thank you very much. Move to approve item J.
I'll second the motion to approve purchase of the contract.
Okay, any public comment on item J? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And item K.
Yeah, may I please have a staff report? Nature?
Yeah, definitely. This authorizes the city manager to execute a contract with the Cal Poly Humboldt so that the students could use the Jack Pass. Normally we have an annual contract, but this is a 3-year contract. So this is just the way they will pay the city so we can run our transit.
And then I was looking at, how do we charge them? It's $1.75 per person?
Yes, it's per swipe. Every time all the students and the staff have the pass, so every time they swipe, we track that, and that's how they pay them.
Is that the same rate that we charge everybody, or is that a special rate?
No, that is the same rate for everybody.
Okay.
There are different rates for seniors, but this is the regular charge.
So and then how do we calculate it again, the payment?
So every student or staff will swipe, and we track how many times they swipe, and at the end of the month we get the tally, how many Jack Pass has swiped through the card, then we just bill them. We will bill them quarterly.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, so after the swipes are made?
Yes.
That's how you can count. You know, we started that in the 70s when we started the bus system in Arcata, and the one reason we started it was to be able to provide service for now Cal Poly. At the time it was Humboldt State, and not even a university when we started it. And we felt like it was a way to help the students get up on campus and not have the cars there. And so that was a really important thing, and I think it's important to continue this because we're going to need it forever. And so I would so move for item K.
And then my other question is, so we get the payment afterwards, but under the budget financial impact it says a payment will be made in arrears quarterly. So I had to look up the word arrears. Doesn't that mean we get paid before? Okay, so the rise happened first. Okay.
How many you have, and then you can figure out how to charge for it.
I'll second your motion, by the way.
Thank you. I call for the question.
Second.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second for item K, and so let's go ahead and take a vote on that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, excuse me, is there any public comment on item K? Joanne, were you wanting to comment on that one?
Yes, thanks for letting me bring the dog in. The car is kind of hot right now as the sun's setting, so it won't be a habit. But I am really interested in this transit concept, and so I just wanted to speak up on this issue about charging people for public transit when in the future, let us hope that community-wide it will be accessible to everyone, and we can figure out the, quote, cost per person, but not necessarily have it be, you know, an individual needing to pay such a cost, and so that we can subsidize it and incentivize it and promote it in, again, this climate consciousness that we need to have as we move into the future. So I think approving this right now today is totally understandable, but take these types of concepts with these annual agreements with the university and all as trying to figure out how to make it more systemized and just, you know, not necessary to keep going through these kind of motions, because we're going to just need incentivized and free, hopefully, public transit for everybody going forward. So I just wanted to kind of put that in there, and it's no comment on this current item, but I just think it's important that we don't just business as usual look at things. We look ahead and see how we can do it different in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. All right, and we did vote on that prematurely, but we did, so that passed. And that takes us to L.
Can I please have a staff report?
Sure. So since 2019, the city has been working toward acquisition of the subject parcel, which includes a public access easement to the subject parcel across a portion of the adjacent parcel where the city currently holds a public utility easement. The city council authorized the city manager to enter into a purchase and sale agreement in February of 2022. So this resolution accepting the property is one of the last steps in the process to complete the real property acquisition. It is expected that escrow will close in September 22. September 2022, and therefore the recommendation is to adopt Resolution 223-08, accepting a fee title interest in APN 505-251-011, and a public access easement over a portion of APN 505-251-013 from Humboldt State University Real Estate Holdings or successor in interest.
I move for adoption of L.
I will second.
Did you have questions, Councilmember Watson? Okay. Are there no public input? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye. And that takes us to M. I believe Councilmember Stillman, you pulled that one?
I pulled that because I was looking at page 147 at the bottom, very last one, where it says several contaminated sites. And they have the Southern Pacific Railroad in Arcata. I think that's supposed to be Eureka. And I think it's the balloon track that they mean, because as far as I did some research, I called some people on it, and they said we don't have a Southern Pacific Railroad track. We have tracks. We don't have a yard. So I think it's the balloon track, and I think they made an error. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that forward.
Okay, it's not the Little Lakes, because that's also was a former rail yard, wasn't it, in that area?
I contacted Dan Hauser and asked him, and he said it has to be the balloon track because Southern Pacific Railroad did not have a yard in Arcata.
If you would include that in the motion, we'll clarify that before we
Yes,
send
well, I
the
have one more
response.
clarification.
Okay.
That's on page 170, and that's in the letter. It says recommendation 1. It says the Board of Supers, the City Councils of both Arcata and Arcata, and that should be changed to Eureka, I believe, which is on 170. So I wanted to just make those two corrections. I also think that one that wasn't included about contamination is probably the Timber Heritage Site in Samoa. They know they have contamination there. So that wasn't included in this summary from the grand jury.
If it's the will of council, we'll add those.
So with that, I would move for adoption of M.
Then I have some questions as well. On page 166, under the fourth whereas, the 2009 Arcata Levee Repair Project. I was just hoping I could get some more background on that project. Looks like it's been 13 years in the making.
Which whereas are you on?
The fourth one.
Nature wants to celebrate for a minute that this grant came through.
While you're looking, I'd like to commend whoever thought of the great title, The Sea Also Rises. I think that was a very dramatic.
It is, isn't it?
So just to answer your question, 2009 levee project was funded by FEMA, and it included putting levee around the wastewater treatment plant and around the Clop Lake. That was impacted by a heavy storm. It was funded through FEMA. And that was my first project in the city of Arcata. That's what I remember. Yeah, that's been complete. Yes.
Possibly you remember that because that was a time that you couldn't go out to the marsh because it was all closed off because they were raising the dikes, and they were also raising the islands in the middle of Clop Lake. And then eventually, and they smoothed out all the walkways. They had gotten really very humped in the middle, and through that process they smoothed it out and made it walkable for everyone and for wheelchairs.
Are all the graphs that were in this report, are they really similar to the ones that we've gotten in previous presentations from David Loya about the sea level rise in Arcata?
They are sort of the regionally accepted maps. I mean, as you probably saw reading through this, one of the big recommendations from the grand jury was just for regional collaboration. So, fortunately, there has been substantial collaboration around sea level rise mitigation around Humboldt Bay. So these responses are consistent between, so the county and the city of Eureka and Arcata collaborated on our response as part of that continued planning effort. So, yeah.
Thanks.
And then the 2005 greenhouse gas reduction plan, is that also completed?
That's the city's greenhouse reduction plan, and there are several implementation measures that have been met in that, and there are others that the city is still working on. But much of that will be incorporated into the climate action plan that the city is working on regionally as well.
And then how's our forest carbon sequestration project?
The project itself,
Yeah. Is it ongoing?
it is ongoing. Our forest continues to grow and therefore continues to sequester. We do continue to sell carbon credits on the market as well, but we have a certain tonnage that was committed in a voluntary sale to PG&E many years ago, and we're continuing to monitor and produce for that contract.
Well, also, I believe you can buy carbon credits. So if you decide to fly somewhere, you can actually buy carbon credits, and that money will go towards the forest, and there's a fund for that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a great program. It's a really great gift for people to help them offset their environmental impact. You can buy those from the city, the Environmental Services Department.
Yeah, our CEA buys them often. It's nice.
You know, one other thing I was thinking about that was relevant is that we have the Reclamation District and Caltrans. The Reclamation District, maybe it was 5 years ago, maybe a little longer, when they rebuilt that whole Reclamation District, and it sort of tore up the road when they were doing it out there. And then we have the Caltrans mitigation that's happening, which is out in that same area on the V Street Loop. So I just wanted to mention those, and that's on the last page of 171. And that's where we have another Arcata.
Yeah, and then under the sixth whereas on page 166, I believe the word borders is misspelled. I think we want the version without the A in it.
Well, thank you for making those corrections, and so I would move item M with the corrections of.
And then I just want to add.
Second.
Yeah, I missed the meeting this was at. I was ill, and so I wasn't part of the conversation. But just looking at the findings, I disagree with the response to finding 3 that the council made. That feel it says. Diverse array of local, state, federal, tribal stakeholders involved. It should not be assumed creating a new regional governmental entity will be the most effective, efficient, or just approach to regional collaboration. So, yeah, just me personally, I do think that is the best approach. So, yeah, that's where I disagree with this. Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
No.
Okay. Okay, that takes us into old business. So item A is to introduce ordinance number 1552, adding Chapter 5, the Residential Rental Inspection Program, RRIP, to Title 8, the Building Regulations of the Arcata Municipal Code. And can we please have a staff report from our city engineer, Nature Cotry?
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, member of the public, member in the Zoom, and member of the staff. Good evening. So this item in front of you is our residential rental inspection program. City has been working on this for, I would say, at least 2 to 3 years. With me today, I have Joe Bishop, our building official. He will be doing most of the presentation and going over the overview of the program. We also have Ed Layla from Arcata Fire Department, because they have a similar program for the apartments. So if there's any question, he will be answering. And if there's any other legal question, we have Nancy Diamond on the Zoom call if it comes up. But if it doesn't come up, that's great. So I will give you just background, and then I'll hand it over to Joe. So this program, as I said, we've been working on this for last 2 to 3 years at the direction of the council. And late last year, we brought this item in front of you. And when we brought to a second reading, council directed us to get more feedback, because there were a lot of public comments at the meeting. So council directed us to seek more input to the program and bring it back. So we took that direction, and we worked with the public, and we created a working group for the residential rental inspection program. That working group consisted of 9 members, which was a very diverse group, included tenants, landlords, residents, advocates for tenants, and everybody. So with that 9 group, we met with them over 5-month period, at least 5 times. At the end, not everybody was on the same page, but we made the program better than it was. So when we brought it early on, it needed improvement. So we took those feedbacks, and the ordinance, which is in front of you, you will see a lot of edits. That those are based off all the comments that we received from working group and the public and the staff. So we are ready to introduce this as any ordinance. We believe it's not perfect. It will need improvement as we go. So in next 1 or 2 years, as we start implementing the program, we'll learn some lessons, and we'll bring it back to you. And if there's room to improvement, we'll improve them. So with that, I'll just hand it over to Joe. He will go over just overview of the program, and at the end, you can ask us the questions. Thank you.
You got that part for me? Okay. Hello, thank you for having me, and thank you for having everybody. It's good to see a lot of faces. Once again, my name's Joe. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm very happy to be here and present this program. So we have a PowerPoint here. I'm not going to read it verbatim. I believe that it will be available if anybody has specific questions. Essentially, the goal of this program is driven by a long-standing reputation of classic university town having substandard housing, and a lot of people get complaints, council members, city managers, department heads, staff, neighbors, fire department. So the goal is to address those problems in a proactive manner. Currently, all code enforcement is complaint driven, and so when people complain, we respond. This is a way to establish a cooperation between the city government, property owners, and tenants, and provide protection to everybody and enhance the community. Next one. One of the questions that came up in regards to when you're looking through the ordinance, there are exemptions to the program. Specifically, the definition up there is talking about the transient occupancy tax and what that applies to, and that's any unit that is for longer than 30-day duration. So the term transient occupancy refers to less than 30 days. Any unit that is subject to the transient occupancy tax will not be subject to this program. Likewise, we mentioned the Arcata Fire Department. They have exceptions written into this program now that exempt any unit that is subject to another inspection by another government authority. For example, Arcata Fire does inspections on multifamily units, apartment buildings, typically R1, R2. So this program is to kind of fill the gap, and that's one of the exceptions up there. Mobile home parks are under the state jurisdiction, housing community development. I have contact with their inspector. If there are issues, I know how to get a hold of him and help there. Newly constructed units are going to get a 5-year grace period before they are required to register. Thanks. So essentially, one of the comments and the concerns that was brought up by the public, by the working group, is the cost of the program. And so we did a lot of number crunching and made some estimations on the number of units that are subject to this program. And essentially, the annual cost for the administrative side of it is going to be $20 a year. Originally, I think we had $40 a year, so we were able to justify cutting that in half. And essentially, the goal is that all of the units that are subject to this program will be eligible eventually to get into the self-certification program, which is ultimately, once they get into that program, they do their own inspections once a year, and they're only going to pay the $20 a year fee. That's $20 a year per parcel, not per unit. So we really are addressing the concerns about cost and really trying to limit this to the bare minimum in order to support the program. Once again, Ed is here, and specifically we were talking about R1, R2. R1s are hotels, motels. R2 are buildings, individual buildings that contain 3 or more dwellings. So the flow chart, essentially, the first phase of this program is the first 3 years where all units will register, and the top of the flow chart there describes how they're going to go through the process. They register for the property, they get the inspection, hopefully everybody passes and gets a certificate, and then at the end of the 3-year period, they are given the option to either go back to the beginning and start the 3-year cycle over. If they don't want to do the self-inspections, they'd rather just pay the city to get the inspection every 3 years, that's fine. We're happy to do that. Then after, if they've successfully managed to get through phase 1, the second phase, there's basically the option to continue the regular program or do the self-certification program. So that's the flow chart there. It's essentially the same flow chart, except that once you're into the self-certification program, there's a one-time initial fee at the beginning to get into the program, and then it's only the $20 a year fee per parcel.
Joe, can I just ask
Yes.
you, what is that initial fee to get into the program?
Right, it's a one-time inspection fee, which is listed, can you go to the next slide? So this is self-certification. So the 1 to 2 units or 3 or more units per property. There's the registration fee per year. Then the one-time fee is the inspection, either $73.29 or $83.29. And then the administrative fee to get into the program, $40. So at the top, year 1, you'll see either $133.29 for 1 to 2 units on a property or $148.76 for 3 or more units on a property. And assuming they stay in the self-certification program, from there on, $20 a year or $25 a year per parcel.
Can I just ask a relevant clarifying question? So these charts show for the 3 or more units per property, but those are going to be inspected only by the fire department. So why are we're still charging fees for those even though we are not?
Very good question. There are some very unique situations where there will be units that are on a property that are not covered by the fire department inspections. So that is only there for those edge cases. There were, I believe, 2 or 3 properties that were identified that might fall under that category. Some properties have a building on the property that will be inspected by the fire department, so those units will be exempt. But there are other units on the same property that do not get inspected by the fire, so that's why that's there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I can give you an example. Like if there were 2 duplexes on a parcel, so they're each 2 units, they're exempt from the fire department, and then they would fall into this one.
And that's very true with the historic structures in Arcata. There's many of the older houses that people took away the front yards and they put additional housing in them. And so we have that throughout Arcata in spots here and there. And the fire department does not look at them. They walk away. It's not even in their scope, even though they are on the property. It's my experience.
Yeah, so this program is definitely intended to fill the gaps but not duplicate. We will be, obviously, Ed's here, and we'll answer questions for the fire department, but from my perspective, it's my goal to develop a relationship with the fire department and invite them to properties that we have questions about and make our services available to them for properties they have questions about. So this will definitely be a collaborative effort to improve the community as a whole, but we're not asking people to do both programs. Further questions on the fees, or I'll move on? Okay, thank you. So inspections, like I said, in the first phase, you're going to register and you're going to get an inspection, and then you've got, that covers the 3-year period. If you want to re-up and do the 3-year cycle, no problem. Every 3 years you'll get the inspection, city does the inspection, the owner or operator does not have to do any self-certification. If the owner operator desires to do self-certification, a lot of the people in the working group expressed that they already do their inspections every year. So the goal is to get them into that program, allow them to do their self-certifications, and we will still do an inspection every 5 years. That was one point that was asked to be clarified, so I just want to say very clearly, the ordinance is written where to get into the self-certification program, they will pay for the first inspection to show that they are eligible for the program. We will do inspections every 5 years thereafter, but the owner-operator will not have to pay for additional inspections as long as they stay eligible for the self-certification program. So we will still inspect properties, but we're trying to reward the many operators out there that have good tenants and have good properties and maintain them. So really the goal is to show, like I said, to have a collaborative effort to show that there are lots of good rentals, to assure tenants that are coming to a new unit, they can say, yes, this unit was inspected and this unit is safe. There was quite a few questions about the passage of Assembly Bill 838, and that is specifically it directs city governments to respond to code enforcement complaints. So we have already been in compliance with AB 838 before it was ever adopted, and we will still continue to be. Anytime anybody calls with a complaint, we will respond, and we are compliant with AB 838. Thank you. Discuss the self-certification. Like I said, this will be available if people want to get another look at this, but I think we can move on.
Scott, I'd like to ask another
Yes.
question. So you have some rental agencies, and they manage a lot of properties. And one of them, who I asked, who is on your committee, manages 100 units, and she inspects them, I think, 3 times a year. So how do you, and let's say there are many property owners, how does that work then? You're going to be, she has to pay for each one of those? And
Per parcel, yes.
so that'll be an interesting thing for our rental companies.
Like we had just talked about, a lot of those that have multiple units per parcel are hopefully already covered by fire department. I know that a lot of the property management companies do manage individual rentals. That is, again, why we have tried to keep the cost per parcel as low as absolutely possible. So once they get into the self-certification program, I know it adds up, but we're talking $20 or $25 per property per year for rental units that are not exactly cheap.
So let's assume that I'm self-certified, and how do you know that I'm doing a good job?
You will keep records. To get into and stay in the self-certification program, you will be required to keep copies of your self-certifications on hand for the past 5 years, and at any point, anybody can, from the city or the tenant can request access to those. So if we get a complaint and we're looking into it, we might ask a manager, owner, operator to present their inspection records for the last 5 years.
So you're saying there's a form that for self-certification that you would fill out?
Correct. We will provide a form, and in fact, we're trying to use the same form that our inspector will use when they show up to do their inspections. Will be the same form that will be provided to owner operators. It's a one-page form. It's really the basics, really basic life safety stuff. We're not here to talk about paint color or if the weeds get to the point where they're a hazard, obviously we'll talk about that, but we're not going to pull a tape measure out and measure your grass.
Well, that should be a fire issue. If the grass is too high, they should be really concerned about dealing with the whole neighborhood.
And we are aware, and that's why we'll talk about it if it gets out of hand, but we're here to look for life safety issues, and you're correct, that would be a life safety issue if it got out of control.
Well, and I want to make sure I have it right also to clarify, Councilmember Stillman, for you as well, that if even to get into the self-certified program, you do have to have an initial inspection, correct? So there will be an initial inspection that says that the dwelling is in good standing, and then the assumption is that the manager or owner will keep it up.
Right.
But then there will be, every 5 years, you will be popping in for an inspection that's not charged if everything goes well.
Correct.
Right.
Further questions? And we're back to the fees again. If anybody wanted to look again at the fees, this is for the self-certification program. So the first year is at the top, every year thereafter is at the bottom. Okay, we'll move on. So we've got some flow charts here. This is more of an internal side, how we as a department intend to implement the program. Essentially, we're looking at the technologies that we can use, including GIS, to help us keep track of what properties are what and who's getting inspected by fire, who's getting inspected by us. There will be mailers. There will be obviously website designed specifically for this program. Information will be gone out in press releases, and we're going to explore other media options for ways to let everybody know, assuming this gets passed, or hopefully as this gets passed. So then basically there will be a time period where the effective date, and there will be a 6-month period. Once the effective date begins, properties have 6 months to apply and get into the program. So we're intending to give people plenty of time, and we can go on to the next one, I think. Yeah, so there were a few topics that were brought up by the working group and by other community members that we're not able to implement into this program. this is just some examples. We have a longer list and things that, you know, either might be appropriate for their own program or might be something that could be implemented into this program at a future date. Just for example, several people felt like owner-occupied properties with a second unit, oftentimes called an auxiliary dwelling unit, they felt those should be exempt. Currently, as it's written, they are not. Rooms, if an owner owns a house and rents out rooms, that's not considered part of this program. But if it's a separate dwelling unit, it would still be in this program. We can consider options for that. A lot of people felt like there should be some kind of program to help people who are not able to afford the necessary repairs to the property that they own. I like the idea of the tenants council, you know, a group of tenants representing each other. So that's what this last page is, and I believe that's our, oh yeah, so essentially, you know, like I was just saying, we understand, and as Nature pointed out, this is not a perfect ordinance. We do strongly believe it's a better ordinance than we presented originally, and we ask for the opportunity to improve the program as it goes, and part of how we want to accomplish that is to provide metrics and updates to the council, so we have ways in place to be able to present actual data to you 6 months or a year down the road whenever you want it. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple.
Yes.
Thank you. So I do appreciate the yearly metrics. I think that's really important pretty much in anything that we implement so we can track it, you know, our success. I did have an opportunity to meet with Ed from the fire department in the initial round to discuss the duplication of efforts, and he at that time was really willing to be helpful, so I appreciate the collaboration that's happening, and thank you for that. As I was talking to our city manager about the program, just a couple of suggestions that I had to kind of help the public. Even though it's as simplified as possible, it can still feel overwhelming to people. So one was to have some kind of a simplified flow chart or fact sheet, a cheat sheet, if you will, for the public. And another idea was just to really show that we want people to understand and be successful in this, some type of, as we're rolling it out, open office hours, or some, you know, just people that are willing to be there if others show up. And
Absolutely. I am currently available to the public at our counter any day, any normal business day between 1 and 2, and I will continue to make that time available for this. And if that's not enough time, I'll expand those hours. But that is a time that I set aside to be available for the public or for anybody else that wants to discuss this or any building-related issues.
Thank you. I think that'll go a long way in the community, just to know that people get frustrated, and so they have that access to you. But making that public, a lot of people would like to have access to you, so now it's out there, 1 to 2.
I'm there. I'm ready for it.
Okay. And then, just as for the cost, like, I appreciate that we lowered the cost, because I know that we actually can't make money on the programs. We can cover the costs. However, that was also our intention with the vacation rental ordinance that we had, and then it was too low and we had to raise it to cover our costs. So I would just ask that we really keep track of that, and that if we're not making ends meet, because I don't think we're going to be making money on this. So if we're breaking even, super, but if we're not, if it could come back to council so we could correct that before we lose too much revenue.
Agreed.
And then my last thing is I do appreciate the removal of the larger complexes, so we're not having that duplication of efforts, because to me that was what we heard the most about at the last meeting. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that there's been, do you have more? I know there's been a lot of work put into this. I just want to make sure, so I'm sorry, I don't have reading glasses on and the writing's really small. I just want to make sure we did take out the part that you can recover the fees from the tenants, so the tenants will not have to be responsible for.
Yeah, if I'm understanding your question correctly, yes, the tenants would never be responsible to pay any of this to the city. This is owner-operator.
All right, and so it says that a tenant can request inspection, whenever, but isn't that something that they can do
Correct.
now?
Yes, that is correct. It's always been the policy as long as I've been here, and that is exactly what Assembly Bill 838 is imposing upon cities that don't currently do that. So yes, that's just to reaffirm that yes, a tenant can call us anytime. Any questions too for Ed while he's here?
I got some questions.
Yes.
Sweet.
For me or for Ed?
Actually, probably a little bit of both, and maybe even Nancy. I don't know. I got a lot of questions. No. So I just wanted to ask but see, now you're here, a person that I've never seen or met before, so it's a good sign. But I know that we had the concern before that we might not have the staffing or have enough people in the building department to be able to implement something like this. I know that we've really slimmed down the number of units that we're inspecting, but I mean, what's your feel for, our ability to implement this program with fidelity?
Yes, thanks for asking. As far as building department staff, we do have a third full-time position that is part code compliance, part permit tech, and has been specifically the main person who has been working on getting this program together. And their job description and job title includes the actual inspection of these units with training and supervision from myself. Yes, we are staffed and prepared to handle this.
Sweet. That is great to hear. And so then my other question, what is kind of the teeth behind the fire department inspections, just from personal experience? I've gotten a door tag and never saw anybody again. And so just, kind of wondering, and this might be then a question for both of you, just what, is the teeth behind that and how to get people into compliance, and that, how do we get the inspections to be on equal levels, basically, too, because it seems that, what the single family, the city inspection might be a little more stringent than what the fire department's looking for. And so just, kind of what are the teeth behind those inspections?
Well, like I said, I do intend to coordinate with the fire department to help both of us so that we can learn from the fire department can hopefully learn from us, so that we are not looking at different standards. Obviously, the fire department is most concerned with fire and life safety elements, which we are also concerned with. Our directive goes a little bit beyond that. So in some respect, you're correct. We do have a little bit more of a checklist probably than the fire department has, which is why we would like to make our services available to the people who do the fire department inspections to help collaborate, and so that people who are funding these programs feel like they're getting the value that they're paying for.
So our inspections for the R1s, the R2s, hotels, motels, and apartments were mandated by the state to perform those inspections, and we have to have 100% compliance annually for them, and we have to show that to the state and our board that we do those. Our scope is for the common areas of those facilities. Hotels, motels, we have more of a mandate to get into all the rooms that we can. We can go into all of them if we have to. Apartments, again, common areas. We've taken it as a value, or our value is to provide that to the tenants of the individual apartments to get in to verify that they have the correct life safety appliances that are required in the facilities. So when we go through there, that's basically what we're looking for. We're not looking for any other issues that the building department might see. If we do see something that's egregious, we do notify them specifically for it.
And also to answer your question, there is a section in here, I'm not going to read it out to you, but just to point out, section 8504 is specifically to address enforcement and noncompliance. So there are measures in there specifically for this program to help us enforce these actions if necessary.
And so what's the step for getting there? I mean, I'm just like imagining the nonchalant landlord that's not paying attention to what's going on in the city, maybe owns only one thing, and brushes it under the rug and never registers. I mean, when does the point happen when the city maybe either knows that and knows that they're turning a blind eye, or, I mean, how does the city find out in that sense? I mean, I'm sure there is, percentage for error, and that we probably won't net all of the units, but, I mean, like what's the step on that?
Absolutely. Great question. A lot of that will fall under how we utilize technology to track and record and document. And of course, there is always the potential that things will fall through the cracks. I'm sure there are things out there that have fallen through the cracks. The goal is to implement this program in such a way that it makes it, like you had described, as clear and understandable to the community as possible, so that conformance with these requirements is not as daunting as it could be. Specifically, if we identify a property, there will be letters. If they still are not conforming, it could go as far as administrative citations, and those could end up being liens on the property. And obviously, we would hope to reach out to the tenants. And, if we can verify that everything is safe and it's really just a matter of getting the operator to conform, it would probably just be administrative. If there are life safety issues, we have codes and laws that allow us to essentially condemn a building if it's unsafe to occupy.
Okay, great. And that leads me perfect into my next question, which is about in section 8504.1 under the public nuisance section. I just kind of have a concern about, so basically if something is declared a nuisance, that is grounds for eviction in a lot of cases, correct? And that just, my concern is that, because it does say here, not in lieu of remedies provided for by the state or federal law in this code. And so just kind of wondering how, in this basically case that something does fail, what does that, grace period look like? Is there a grace period for them to get back into compliance? And how would that affect tenants? And then just to add I support like you kind of said, some sort of program to help people get back into compliance if they can't afford that. I think that maybe at this point, it's still very new to us, but I think developing something like that could be really beneficial to people in the long run and, really do the job of improving housing stock, which is, what this is all about. But yeah, I mean, evictions basically based on nuisance, and how does that play into protections for tenants in state law as well?
Absolutely. Great questions. Happy to talk about it. What I will use to talk about it is what I do have experience with, since obviously we haven't started this program. I'm not certain how it will go, but I can address nuisance code enforcement that has happened. Very, very rarely would result in the relocation of a tenant. It would take, serious life safety issues, which could happen, fire hazards, carbon monoxide hazards, other types of things. And that usually would be an issue that is so egregious that the owner or operator is going to know that, as required by law, that they would need to relocate the tenant. So in the very, very rare circumstances where a tenant might need to be relocated, in my experience, the owner operator is quite aware of that requirement by state law and tends to want to follow the law. No, it is not very likely that a tenant would ever have to be relocated if corrections were found. The corrections I would expect to find on a regular basis would be missing smoke alarms, missing carbon monoxide alarms. There will absolutely be grace periods given to help people comply. Water heater installs that were not done properly, we're not going to do an investigation on every improper water heater to find out if they got it permitted or not. That's not our goal for this program. The goal is to look for the life safety issues. A water heater is a perfect example of something that seems so innocuous but can be extremely hazardous. And I don't expect to find a lot of problems, but if there are, we want to get them fixed, and we want to support getting them fixed any way we can.
Great. I think those are all my questions, and thank you for being very thorough. I appreciate your answers. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we received a letter from a residential rental inspection program working group member by the name of Dave Hockman, and it seems like he really did an outstanding job just kind of outlining the ordinance and kind of pointing out some issues with it. And I guess my first question is, how come this letter hasn't been blue foldered? It seems like we received it yesterday. I asked the receptionist about it. She said she didn't know anything about it. We also received this letter from Winnie Trump yesterday, and that did make it to be blue foldered. So it seems like he turned it in time, but it has been added to the record. Yeah.
I don't know that, I think that letter from Dave just went to council members, so I don't think it went to staff to get in the folder.
Okay.
If I'm remembering right, because when I discussed my questions with Karen, I don't think you had seen, we just talked about it and she hadn't.
Well, he's in our audience and he's saying he sent it to council members. Okay. He's going yes to your question.
So it went to just us.
Okay. Yeah, so My first question is just, some of the issues that he's raised. There was a court case, Camara versus Municipal Court of San Francisco, that said the United States Supreme Court held that administrative searches by municipal health and safety inspectors constitute significant intrusions upon interests protected by the Fourth Amendment. And such searches, when authorized and conducted without warrant procedure, lack traditional safeguards, which the Fourth Amendment guarantees to individuals. So I'm just wondering, are we, what's the legal opinion on that? Are we doing that with this ordinance?
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
This is near and dear to my heart. We have to deal with that on a regular basis. Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure. Each one of these tenants or owners that will be inspected. It's just like the apartments and hotels, motels we do. We have to gain consent before we can do a physical inspection. If we're told no, we have to walk away. But we have to have that. If they don't give us consent, then we can take different or further steps to go further with it. But I know we've had this discussion before, and we had this discussion as well. All the Fourth Amendment requirements will be met before they do any type of an inspection.
Great, thanks for answering that. And then, just on the penalties. For example, a 20% penalty on mandatory registration fee, and it kind of goes on, and how the penalties will become retroactive, and the points made that, retroactive since the time they started being rented, that there are a lot of units that have been rented for, maybe more than 30 years. And so would we be applying retroactive fees for that amount of time?
Any retroactive fee would not go beyond the date that this code becomes or this ordinance becomes effective.
Okay.
So after the 6-month period, if a property is identified that is required to comply, does not comply, they'll get a letter, and that mechanism is in there so that the longer they go without complying, the larger the fee gets, and hopefully realizing that they're incurring a larger penalty of fee would encourage them to comply sooner than later, hopefully. So no, it would never go before the date of the adoption of this ordinance.
Okay, great. And then, the opinion that none of the fundamental values of the general plan articulated by the required implementation measures have been included in this ordinance. And, this ordinance is not in service of the stated goals of improving housing quality in the general plan. I was wondering what you think about that.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do you feel like, how is this ordinance, is it meeting any of the required implementation measures of the general plan? How is it in service to the stated goals of improving housing quality?
I can't answer that question from an educated standpoint because I'm not very familiar with the general plan as a concept. That would be a question probably for Community Development Department.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this kind of came up a couple meetings ago too, with some comments about the gap. Just this concern by members of the public. It comes from our committees, the Planning Commission, that that they feel like that staff isn't always doing what they're being directed to do, and so this public comment is. We hope that staff can be directed to be more interested in implementing the fundamental values of the citizens of Arcata than expanding the revenue streams and authority of city government, and that all citizens will participate in ensuring that the unique values and culture of Arcata are being maintained. And there's just, kind of other examples of it just felt like, the public process was kind of sidetracked. The staff was kind of doing their own thing. And, these are just complaints that we continue to get project after project, and I want to know what the council feels about it. It just seems like I raised this at the last meeting. I had examples of misconduct, and you guys said you didn't want to talk about it. So at what point do we do that?
As far as this goes, I think that we directed the staff to form a working group, which they did, and come back with a very edited and better solutions. I feel like the community was involved a lot. This is not the final say. I think that this is just another meeting that we're going to put it back on you to, you know, do some more additions and subtractions and probably go back to your working group. I feel like the staff has been, the public has been very involved in this procedure. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that staff does typically do as directed to the best that they can, and there will always be, no matter how many meetings or how well staff does, I think that there will always be people that feel that it's not enough, and so that's when we have to make that decision as if we feel like that it's enough.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I mean, this is, you know, something that when the first time it came around, we really hit it multiple times and came to the idea that we wanted to have this working group to get more people involved, because it really did seem like a lot of people were caught off guard and didn't know that this was going to happen, even though it was something that was requested by the previous council that you were on with Sophia and Paul and various other people that supported this program. And, you know, we've seen it, I think we saw it 2 or 3, maybe even 4 times back then, and now this is the first time in about, what, 8 months, 6, 8 months that it's been brought back to us. I would be more than happy to, you know, maybe not approve this tonight and can keep, you know, open till our next meeting at least to have that public comment open, because it's now back in people's eyes. They're saying, oh yes, this is happening. Again, we remember it, let it get out in the news a little bit so we can get those comments, because that's the only, you know, public comment letter I received this time around. And so, you know, just to make sure, hey, we're at a meeting, it's back, just so the public knows about it. If they are unhappy, they can reach out to us. But I especially feel with this particular ordinance that we really have, you know, hit the ground. It's great to see a table, you know, full of people that weren't necessarily part of this conversation to begin with when we were working on this. It's great to have the fire department here at the table with us to talk about it. And I think that staff has done a really great job making the edits and reflecting. I mean, if you, yeah, the writing is small, like you said, Meredith, but, you know, reading through these changes and really seeing the thought process, it really takes you through what that working group did firsthand. And, you know, I've talked to a couple people that were on that working group and thought that, you know, staff handled it really well and did a great job getting, you know, you can't get everybody to agree on everything all the time. And so, yeah, there probably are some people from that working group that were unhappy with the process or the outcome, but that's the only letter from somebody on the working group that we got, which, you know, really reflects to me that that process was valuable and people, you know, got something out of it and had a good experience with staff and with the public participating in that. So I'm really happy with what staff has done with this. I definitely was a little hesitant with this, you know, the previous iteration of this, and feel a lot more comfortable seeing, you know, this current ordinance in front of me. So thank you to staff.
Absolutely, and I think the staff really heard that we had there was a lot of uncomfortableness about the iteration that I saw. I mean, there were iterations before even I came on council, but I think they were really receptive to all the feedback that we had in September, so.
Yeah, I think it's great that, you know, we have so much support for the staff, and I agree, 95% of our staff is absolutely outstanding. But just like in any organization, you know, you're going to have, you know, bad apples. And I feel like we have confirmation bias here. I feel like at the end of the day, we're elected to put the public first, the needs of the public first, not to protect, you know, mistakes and misconduct by the staff. And to do no investigation whatsoever, when we can go back and watch video of the staff not doing what they're told.
Are we
It's
still
on the
talking
record.
about the rental inspection program?
So that's my opinion. I just want to, you know, put it to the council, and I'm ready to move forward.
So I would like to, fortunately, we don't have the number of grow houses that we used to have in Arcata, and this program would have been excellent because we would have been able to identify all of them, not just through PG&E, knowing how much money people had to spend. I did get somebody made a recommendation in one of the emails I got, and that was the housing department up at Humboldt State, Cal Poly, Humboldt. Is there a way that they can make sure that their students are getting into certified housing, and how are you going to be working with that department?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Great question. We have contacts up there already, and we're continuing to bridge those concerns, because you're absolutely right. You know, a large majority of people who come to Arcata to go to school want to rent a house in Arcata. It makes sense. I did that. I lived in a rental in Arcata while I went to HSU, and I agree 100% that we need to make sure there are communications and make as much connection as possible. And that is actually one of the goals that I hope that owners and operators will see from this program, is that they will have something they can show to their tenants. I would love to see every home or operator post it in their window as a badge of honor that they have their rental inspection certificate. So we will absolutely, I'm hoping that with a software we can make, some kind of either map or list or approved, some kind of way to make it available so that anybody could look up a property that's for rent and see that it is in the program and compliant.
Thank you. And I assume we have a lot of people here wishing to speak on this item tonight because we have a lot of people in the audience.
Yeah, possibly.
They're waiting, but
yeah, it might be a following item, but we'll see. I just had one really teeny tiny question, and then I do have a suggestion about how we might consider moving forward. On the inspection list, on item in exterior 1.11, when it calls for screens to be present and undamaged, I was just wondering if you could explain why this is important. I just know that I'm sure many of us have damaged or missing screens in our homes, yes. and exactly. So why is that? Does that need to be in there?
Primarily, it's insect vector, mosquitoes. Some people might have bee allergies, things like that. It's a vector issue, and
okay.
Obviously, that is I would consider that to be a relatively minor violation. And it's certainly not something that we would, drag somebody through the mud, so to speak, on something like that. But it is on the list so that it can be noted, and if that is one of many corrections, then we would hope that that gets addressed.
That makes sense. I believe the last time we did this, we did vote to introduce the ordinance, and then it went to the second meeting, and that's where it got publicity because we made that motion. And then we had the people show up. So my suggestion, and you can handle it however you will, but would be to introduce the ordinance, because then that will get media, and then that will alert people who aren't paying attention to what we're doing. And then if we have the same, we'll see who's here for public comment, but if we have the same relatively low-key level of opposition that we've had at this time, we can consider that at the next meeting. If it goes like it did last time, which I don't think it will, but if it were and we had a lot of people in opposition, then that's what we would go, okay, what do we need to revise? So my suggestion would be to introduce it and then see what happens but before we even go into that, we should go to public comment.
Oh, yes, that's a great idea though, Stacy. Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor,
so do we have any members of the public who are here who would like to speak? If so, please just line up over by the wall, and you will have 3 minutes, and we'll do everyone here in person, and then we'll go to the online. All right. Thank you.
I have about this program would be, one, what about the people that never got permits for their accessory dwellings, their add-ons to their house? It seems like they're not going to be volunteering to have the city come around and check on these things. So it could be that you're just creating a program where there are, sort of the people that were already doing the right things are still doing the right things, and you're just, basically coming up with another fee structure that eventually will get passed on to people and higher rents. And I know with LA County, they took a really hardcore approach to this, which I don't agree with, that, once they found that something wasn't permitted, they actually destroyed it. And that hurt a lot of low-income people. Either they had family members or they were trying to make a little bit extra money to, pay their mortgage. So I don't think you guys are going to do that, but it still opens the question to, Joe wasn't around to check on how that electrical was done in the wall or the plumbing, and how are you dealing with that? So it's sort of, I think the program has good intentions. It's just that I'm a little concerned that, you're creating a lot of bureaucracy, and you might be creating some more expense for renters out there, and whether it's really going to address the problems that you wanted to address. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Do we have anyone else in person?
Good evening. I guess I've been outed as the author of the letter you received. I'm Dave Hoppin, and I served on the committee for the for the ordinance, and I want to thank the committee. They were great. Okay, we had some fundamental disagreements, but particularly Joe, Ed were very helpful. The two things we went into this with were, can we please get some clarification of the mandate that the RRP was created for, and can we quantify what the problem is? So for quantification, we struggled, but we got it actually from Joe, and tell me if I say this wrong. In the last 5 years, there have been 17 written notices of possible violations that went out. Of the 17, 15 were complied with voluntarily after the notice, 2 went all the way to abatement, meaning that the building department operating under current terms has a 100% success rate. That's pretty good before we change anything. We only found out at the 4th meeting that the fire department inspects every residence above 2. I don't know from this, I'm still not clear that they're exempt from inspection fees, but are they exempt from registration fees? They're exempt from everything. So if you're being inspected by the fire department, you're exempted from registration and inspection. In that case, there is no way that the fees will pay for the program. It doesn't pencil out anymore. That wasn't found out until the 4th meeting, but you can go ahead and do the math. It's not going to pencil out. So that was on quantification. Now that that's clarified, we go to the mandate. And for the mandate, we refer to the general plan. Table 3.4 of the general plan is clear as a bell. It was included with your letter. It lays out voluntary, flexible. The trouble is the presentation is saying there's something that is not written into the ordinance. The ordinance has very specific shall commandments. You shall be penalized 20%. You shall be declared a public nuisance. None of those things are subject to Joe's discrimination, which would be wonderful if they were, but the unknown director is the only person who will have any discrimination to make changes to this ordinance. You're putting a tremendous amount of power in a yet unnamed individual who have power over 65% of the properties that are occupied in the city of Arcata. That's getting outrageous. This is so far a departure from what was stated in the general plan that it is the opposite. I agree that you don't get to do everything in the general plan. There are goals that you can't make. But this is such a radical departure that I hope you kick it down and get some more public input, because you didn't get it all from the working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else that's here in person? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and see who we've got online.
Yes, this is Fred Wise.
Hold up, Fred.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Fred.
Yes, thank you. This is Fred Wise. Just a few small items. Is this going to be passed tonight? That's the question. If so, the comment that Brett made on 8504B should be reworded so it's more clear. The 8504.3 has to do with information given to the tenants, and it says such information shall be developed by the director. That's struck out. I want to know what information does have to be given to the tenant. It seems like it would be handy if the director did develop a sheet that we could pass out to the tenants. The question that maybe has been asked and answered in some other form, 8502.6b, where the tenant may request an inspection at any time outside of the scheduled inspection. When it says at any time, couldn't a tenant ask for one inspection a week, or one inspection a month, or 5 inspections a year or something? Is there a time limit on how frequently the tenant can ask for an inspection? And then the section where it says, after making documented and reasonable attempts to work things out with the owner, why is that struck out? That seems to be a kind of the way we like to do things, to at least make an attempt to get along with people. those are my comments. Oh, and the last thing, the mayor brought up the item with screens. I concur with the mayor that older houses can often not have screens and be very difficult to put screens on. There's a lot of casement windows all over Sunnybray that are difficult to put screens on. I think mosquitoes will only travel about 20 feet from where they're born. So make an attempt to keep standing water, if you see any standing water, spill it out. That keeps the mosquitoes down. Thanks very much, and look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
No further online comments.
Okay, so at this time, we can ask for clarification or questions or make a motion. I did, as we say when we're reading, after public comment, sometimes people bring up really good points and we might want to, further those. And so just to offer clarification, no final decision would be made tonight. So even if the council does choose to introduce the ordinance, it would not go into effect until after being voted on again in a second meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I did have a question regarding with the first gentleman who spoke up and talked about the unpermitted spaces, which, we know they're out there. So could you address that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That is certainly a concern. My perspective, and I believe the perspective of the department as a whole, is this is about life safety. We're not here to be the building police. We're not going to open an investigation. There are plenty of buildings that were built before City of Arcata had records of buildings and when they were constructed. So we're certainly not interested in pursuing investigations on every unit. We're going to make the assumption that it is a permitted unit, and we're going to look for life safety and follow the procedure. We would hope that people would comply with the program and not be concerned about whether or not their unit was permitted. Hopefully, if somebody is concerned, they will talk to me. I have business cards for anybody that wants them, and please, you can give my contact information out to anybody. I have goals and ways we could potentially bring somebody into compliance if they want to. There's a benefit to having a documented, permitted unit. It increases your property value, it increases your rental value. And I'm more than willing to consider ways to work with people to make sure that units are safe and get them documented, bring them into the fold. That would be my goal.
Thank you for that clarification, Joe.
So just because some of the points that our last speaker brought up, made me think a little bit. So what would happen what's the next step if we did not make a motion on this ordinance tonight? What would the next step be? I am concerned about budgetary. We don't even have this position hired yet. Am I correct? And
we do currently have somebody staffed, and we are ready to handle this program now.
all right.
Well, I think to answer your question, if no one wanted to introduce it, I think that what we would do is direct staff to fix or solve whatever issues you think there are so that we can introduce it. So which is what we did last time in the second one. It was introduced and it came back, and we realized after the public spoke that there were some issues, and so we directed staff for that working group. So we could either introduce it, or we could direct staff to make changes, or it can die. Like if it's not supported, it's not supported. Those are the options.
I do think it would be interesting to see kind of a rough penciled out budget. How many 1 and 2 buildings are there? How much the fees are, with all the time that just what it's going to look like P&L wise. Yeah.
And I'm assuming you mean like in a presented form, something we put together and present. Yes, absolutely. We would love to do that for you.
So I just wanted to mention, in the fire department, when they come to inspect, they charge $150. And I just went through this, but this last time your inspector had problems with going into apartments because of COVID. And so they left a tag on the door saying for the tenant to check their smoke alarm and their fire extinguisher. I don't know if my tenants did that or not. I know all my fire extinguishers are current, And also, for me, it's really important to let tenants know that they're going to be having an inspection, and not just have, which happened in this case, the fire marshal knocked on, and just rang the doorbell, and the tenant was expecting somebody else. Let him come in. She said to me, well, I just hoped he was who he was, because you didn't tell me he was going to be coming, and my husband wasn't home. So I think it's, for me, I always like to let everybody know that this is going to happen in advance. And so I'm assuming that would be true with other landlords and also with rental agencies, that they would want to let everyone know. So that's really a concern. And I know that there's issues that need to still be resolved. So I think about what you're saying, Meredith, is possibly we can just ask that some of these issues be addressed and put a date specific to bring it back.
And open up that time again, for comment too, because I think it brings a lot more people back into the conversation when they, see it happening.
And I had the opportunity, I contacted 4 people that I knew were part of the group, and Dave Hockman was one, and he wrote this letter, and I contacted Charlie Jordan, and she had a small brief thought process about how, when these fees are being charged, that eventually landlords are going to assess their tenants additional funds, and they're going to say, well, we have to do this, and I have to come back, or whatever it might be. So your rent will go up. And so anyway, there's concerns around that, and we know our rents are high in Arcata anyway, and most units, there are a lot of units, and so how can we make sure that that pass-through doesn't go through from the landlord agency, rental agency, into the onto the tenants? I just want to bring that up as a concern, and I definitely would like to see what kind of situation we can actually have with Cal Poly around housing, and we have more than one group of people working up there, or I should say working on housing, and making sure that we're all working together to provide. And if we see things, or we know of things that are out of compliance, I think we should let the building inspector know. So if we see it when we're on the streets, or we're out campaigning or whatever, take a note, write it down, turn it over. Because tenants, in my experience, over the years, they've called me and said, well, I can't say anything because I'll get kicked out. But my landlord told me I need to go upstairs and use the apartment upstairs shower because my shower doesn't work. And when I move out, then he said he would fix it. But those are things that are not okay. And you can't get tenants to come forward because they think they'll be evicted if they do. This has happened off and on, where refrigerators are chained with a lock around them because they don't have an adequate refrigerator. And mothers, when I was in the Garden Gate, an owner there, they would come in just devastated that this is how their children were living, with broken windows, with cardboard over the windows, and appliances that didn't function. And I know that's what we're after. Thank you. Meredith, you want to make a motion? Should we make a motion to send this back to additional information from staff, ask it to go to the working group, and then set a time for it to be on an agenda, our next agenda? Possibly we would choose the last meeting in September.
I just have some quick comments before you guys make your motion.
Alex, I'll second that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't, originally I supported this, and I just, I really don't feel like we should be doing anything to increase rents, especially, kind of with the economic landscape being what it is and going the direction it's going. And again, like I've said many times in the past, I just feel like it's a huge mistake to continue to delegate power to the staff. There's many examples here of giving authority to the director, which we do over and over and over again. And I just don't feel like that's what our voters expect of us. So I don't think I can support this anymore in the condition it's in.
Okay, so right now we have a motion and a second to direct staff to do more investigations work. So I just would like to clarify I support that, but just for clarification, I only specifically heard two things. I heard a request for a budget item, which is great, and I also heard a concern that the fees would be passed on to the renters. So I think on behalf of staff, I think that if we've got more than that, we need to actually direct them as to what we would like answers on, instead of just saying, go back and give us answers. So if we could just come up with, really specifically what your concerns are, I think that would.
I think another issue that was raised was in general plan and how that's fit into the general plan or didn't fit into the general plan. And I think we could have that one figured out, and we can make whatever amendments we need. And so the date specific I would suggest is September 21st. And
I'll make every effort to get it on the date that you guys are asking, but we also do need to consider if we have any, time-sensitive matters in those agendas.
No,
At least a good month to look at it again.
I totally understand that. I'm just coming up with a date, be somewhat, and I could say October. I could come out with a date in October too, but I'm just thinking we could say if it doesn't, we can't put it on the agenda, then we will look at the agenda we can.
Yeah, will you be able to will that working group be able to come together and have one more meeting? The fact that some of this wasn't brought up to the fourth out of the fifth meeting, I think was a little concerning. So if there could be one more meeting, one or two more meetings of the working group to kind of iron out some of the things that that were brought up, that'd be great. If it's possible. I know it's like herding cats trying to get people all together in one place. So
I support Alex's original idea of creating a date, that date in September. I think what we're forgetting is that, we decide what happens and what dates things get brought to us, not the staff. So to me, it's fine to put something in I don't know.
Well, I hear you. It's just in the past we've set, like, we've had a time certain and we've set dates, and then we have gotten back work that wasn't ready to go because that was the expected date. So I'm happy to look at that month time frame and set that as a goal. But I hear what you're saying. I just
like 3 meetings and then sometime after that. That's
Sure.
kind of how.
And I guess I would like to just throw it back to the council as far as the working group goes, because it seems like, we've got specific questions that we're wanting answers from staff. We're not, from what I've heard up here, we haven't said we need more public discussion. You all have I want the budget, I want to know this or that. So it seems to me like just giving it to staff to come back with those answers would be sufficient. That's my opinion, but
I agree with that. And just, I don't know, I think I personally need just a little more time to ruminate on it, just because I think a lot of people and groups that have interest in this didn't know that it was being brought back, that I have had contact with last night, and it's oh, it's happening tomorrow. So just to give more time to have those conversations with people that have stake in this too is kind of part of why I want to, push it off a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree with that, Vice Mayor.
And I've sent you all the letters I've gotten for you, both to you, Joe, and to you, Nitra.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second to have staff answer the 2 questions that were brought up? 3? Oh, the 3 questions, yeah. And then we'll come back in hopefully a month to discuss those and see if we want to reintroduce the ordinance at that time. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. And I know you're all here for the next item, but we really need a quick bathroom break, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be, I'm sorry. All right, welcome back. I apologize. We have one more item, but it is a short one before we'll get to you guys, so I misspoke. We're almost there. All right, so our next item of new business is to appoint one new member to the Parks and Recreation Committee for a term expiring March 31st, 2023 or 2024, so we're choosing which one. So when you make that motion, just include the term that you'd like. And one new member to the Historic Landmarks Committee for a term expiring September 30th, 2025. So we had committee interviews prior to this meeting at 5:30. Do we have any questions for the council or a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion. I'll make a motion to appoint Jolly Earl to the Parks and Recreation Committee, term ending March 31st, 2024. And I'd like to also make a recommendation to appoint Dr. Jeanette Cooper to the Historic Landmarks Committee for a term that ends September 30th, 2025.
I'll second that.
Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this?
Seeing none online.
Okay, any questions or discussion from council? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I told you it was short. All right, so item B, review and make a determination on the request from Arcane Artists Incorporated to extend the ending time past 10 p.m. for their 2022 Arcane Summer Fundraiser Series. Can we have a staff report from City Manager Deemer, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. The item before you tonight is a request for amplified sound event that goes beyond what I feel comfortable approving under the authority of the City Manager. Oh, come on, you can do it. So the event promoter came forward and requested a series of 8 summer fundraising, art, and music events. They are promotions for local artists and fundraisers for local artist work in the area, and they were spanning between July and October of 2022. All the events were proposed to be held on N Street between 8th and 9th. I will show you a map of that area. And they requested a time originally of an 8:30 p.m. to a 1:30 a.m. event. It's a mix of live singers, bands, instrumentalists, DJs, dancers, live artists, local food, beverages, and the types of music that were included in the application were country, pop, jazz, folk, melodic, and house, ranging from the 80s until present. So they have an expected attendance of about 400 per event, and they are suggesting and staffing security between 8 and 12, depending on the event that they have proposed for each of the nights. Alcohol sales are permitted within the fenced area of the event for each of their proposed nights. I did go ahead and approve 2 events for July 23rd and August 6th, and I approved them with a 10 p.m. end time based on the application that they submitted. They held their first event, so let's see. So this is just a pullout of the city. Let's see if you can see this. This is the plaza here, just to orient you. And coming down 9th Street to the very end, it basically dead ends at N and is in Nancy Street. So this space between 8th and 9th along N is basically a dead end at 9th and a dead end at 8th and a dead end at N. So it's this section of road then that they are cordoning off. They have gotten permission and working with the both property owners and the business owners along this building block, as well as the owners of this triangle of land that they have additional setup. So when I started to look at their request, there are various places within city codes and program criteria that we talk about noise. The city's general plan noise ordinance, and I've just stripped out basically only exterior noise for theaters and auditoriums, has an hourly max of 55 decibels, basically from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then you'll see there's really no rating after 10 p.m., with a maximum of 75 for basically day and evening, and then again, no rating for the evening, in essence, unpermissible during those periods. As a reference note, 55 really is the noise of sort of typical conversation and ambient noise level, so certainly not largely amplified at that. Our municipal code has provisions for special use permits, and I have paraphrased and certainly can direct you to the portions of the Muni Code if you would like, but the use of any system for amplifying sound is prohibited on any public street unless a special use permit is first secured. And that's typical of any of our special events, whether they're on the plaza, on a street, or in another park. Special use permits for amplified sound shall be issued only for events of community-wide significance, and then basically denial of such a permit can be appealed to the City Council. So while this is a friendly appeal, we just had a conversation early on when I first heard about this coming through that I really felt like that time frame was something we were going to have to work cooperatively on a trial basis, and ultimately anything past 10 o'clock would have to go before the council. Also to ensure that there really was public dialogue and public notification and a place for the public to come out and speak. So just by way of other regulations that we have, at the community center, our use regulations allow amplified sound until midnight. Again, most of that is indoors at the community center. And at our D Street Neighborhood Center, we prohibit amplified sound even inside the building, except for Fridays and Saturdays until 10 p.m. and Sundays until 9 p.m. I will report just a little bit. The event promoter is here to speak to you tonight directly about his request. The July 23rd was well run and well organized. We had several staff and several community members and folks from the Creamery District that I have conferred with after the event. And by all accounts that I have heard, it was very well organized and ran very smoothly. 10 o'clock was the time that we asked them to shut down, and everybody said it was like instantly at 10 o'clock, everything was shut down. It was very smooth, and they had a lot of security there that helped kind of work people back to their car through the neighborhood, and by all accounts was very successful. I did confer with the police department. We had no confirmed complaints to dispatch that evening. There was one noise complaint that came in about two people arguing a couple of blocks from the site at about 10:45. Not confirmed to be related to the site, but only thing that we had identified in that evening in that vicinity. So the staff recommendation before you certainly is for you to have your own deliberations, but I would suggest that you consider approving perhaps 2 more events on a trial basis to end at 11 p.m. It is a unique opportunity. The promoter will talk with you about the types of events and why he's asking them to go later into the evening. But to perhaps trial with that neighborhood based on the outreach that the promoting group has done within the neighborhood, to trial maybe 2 at an 11 p.m. end time and just continue to receive community feedback. So any direction that the council wants to provide on a later time frame, certainly we would take into consideration as well. So with that, I'll hold, happy to answer questions and provide time for the applicant to speak about the request.
I was curious, how many participants came? It was last Saturday.
Joe, you can come up.
Yeah. Actually, why don't you go ahead and you can,
Good answer. Then you can answer my question.
Yeah, I'll ask you a question.
Is this on? Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Thank you for hearing what we have to say on the issue. We had about 340 people in attendance at the last event.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say that I did meet with Joe on Monday. I was really impressed with the level of organization that he put into his events. I was really satisfied with a lot of the questions that I had as far as their zero waste. They have bike valets, their security. I would like you, maybe if you want to talk to the council about how you set about noticing all of the residents in the area and what the responses were.
Yes. So before the event, about 2 weeks prior to the first event, we canvassed the community, N Street, 10th Street, 9th Street, 8th Street, all the way down on pretty much every direction, past the 2-block radius. We handed out community letters, kind of identifying what we were looking to do. Had what Karen spoke on earlier about the types of entertainment we had, the time frame we were looking at ending, and we gained feedback from each one of them when we did the door-to-door. We also left phone numbers and emails for me directly, so all of those people would have access to me at any point during an event if they had a complaint or some sort of a concern that they want to bring up, including noise levels, during an event. The biggest one, which was only 2 residents that identified a amplified sound of later than 10 p.m. being something that could be a disturbance. To mitigate that, we have pointed the speaker system away from residences, so south-facing on the stage. We have also set up a noise meter at the nearest resident, which is a family residence at the corner of 8th and 10th Street. We also have provided the opportunity for members of the community in that neighborhood to obtain a hotel room at the cost of the promoters, so that if they decide that they don't want to be present during the event in their homes, we are willing to put them up for that night so that they don't have to be there if we decide to go later into the evening. I know that's kind of a little bit wild, but we really we care about the community, and we want these events to happen so that people can experience what we have to do, especially those people that are working until 10 or 11 p.m. on weekends. A lot of the concert goers we found to be service industry workers, and a lot of those people don't get off work until pretty late. So we like to be able to provide the experience we're looking to provide for as many people as possible in a responsible way. And we found that early end times are traditionally not going to provide that for a lot of people.
I'm sorry, what do early end times not provide?
So at earlier end time, a lot of the community that comes to these type of events are service industry workers, and most of those people do not get off work. 40% of the poll we took does not get off until 6 p.m., and 25% don't get off until 10 p.m. or later. So we'd like to extend that end time to accommodate those people while still taking into account the concerns of the neighborhood, so being good neighbors, of course, to the neighborhood there.
So we have a lot of, I'll direct this to you, we have a lot of events at clubs, right, that go a lot later than 10 o'clock. So I think one of the concerns that people have is that when these events are over, it's going to release people into the ether, right? And so, what kind of mitigations do we have when, bars or places let out that late? And would it be like the same?
Well, I can tell you about the bars. Because I just live up the street from the bars, and so when the bars close, life has been different because of COVID, but you have arguments and you have fights and so forth, and they go on till after 2 o'clock. But you get sort of, I've lived there for over 20 years, so you get used to it. But, I'm thinking about your event that if there aren't any complaints and how you're willing to put people up in a hotel, I would say we should try to see if you can't go until midnight and how that would be. I know that would only give your service workers 2 hours, but.
I was thinking 1:30 for the first 2 events, to give you guys what you wanted and see how it goes. Because, looking at it, you did contact a lot of people. It seems like 4 people said that they disapproved. According to this. But yeah, it seems like that'd be okay to me.
I will say that, one of the council goals is to really support artists, and this is kind of another way that we're supporting our art community and giving them another venue to show off, and make money. Honestly, at the end of the day, artists need to be paid for their work, and I appreciate that you're giving people a different opportunity to, sell art, even musicians and fire dancers, but everybody deserves to be paid for their work. So I do recognize that.
I'm wondering, are you thinking what I'm thinking, that from 10 to 1:30 is a big leap right off the bat?
I am, unless there's 80s music.
Right.
That could arranged.
Yeah. So, my original thoughts, and I'll just throw it out to my peers, was, just in conversations that we've had with staff, it was recommended that we don't go past like 12. When I asked the question, what would you do? The answer I got was not to go past 12. That was a suggestion, and so I was thinking maybe if we tried out the next 2 events to go up to 11, and this is just me, throwing it out there. And then if there weren't, if it's the same feedback and there weren't a lot of complaints, then we would authorize the city manager to go up to 12 for the remaining of them. I would also, however we do it, I think that for the group to have to come back and sit through our lovely council meetings, probably not the best use of time. So I would, think that we should authorize our city manager to have some discretion, based on whatever guidelines we throw out. So that's where I'm coming from.
I think that maybe based on the fact that a lot of the intended audience does not really get off until, I think I'm leaning a little bit towards midnight.
And all of a sudden, if you had issues, then you could come back to 11. Because 11 is a reasonable time for most people to be able, a lot of people don't go to sleep until 10 or 11, so I would think that could work. But that's how I would look at it.
We also
12, and then if it doesn't work, you get complaints. Like Joanne lives right down by you.
That's correct, yeah. I actually spoke with her.
So we'll find out, what maybe she'll speak. So that's my feeling.
And just one of the things in relation to the noise and that late night, I don't know if any of you guys have heard of what a silent disco is. Basically, it's where, the amplified noise in the area is turned off, and you offer a headphone set to people to listen to the music quietly. It's there's not as much allure for that kind of an event. However, it is something, if we were looking to go a little bit later into the evening, a trial run of that, you're still going to hear the people talking, potentially even louder because they have headphones on. But it is something that we were willing to put into that trial as well if we wanted to go later, maybe if that 12 a.m. thing is something that you guys are considering, and then maybe after the first event, if there's still no feedback negatively from the community, having that trial run of a silent disco after that until at 1:30, just kind of inching forward so we sort of, are playing it safe with the community.
So how many more events do we have planned for the rest of the year?
7, 8 potentially.
I'm super happy with midnight. I would even be with Councilmember Watson and go up to 1:30. I live about 3 or 4 blocks from there. I will say I forgot the event was happening at first, and then I heard something. I was like, oh yeah, and so I walked around the neighborhood and checked it out, and by the time I got back home, I could barely, even really hear it. It was pretty ambient background, and by 10 o'clock, you guys were shut down. It was quiet. I noticed I took the dog out at 10:30, silence. So good on you. But yeah, Joe and Arcane, they put on some wonderful events, super inclusive, great local community events, have worked with a ton of other local venues also that we got some letters of support for. I would be super happy to support going till midnight and even authorize, and then, with discretion, authorizing the city manager to increase that without complaints. I think that would be great because I know, and I don't know if that was mentioned yet, but a lot of your events that you guys have, the fire dancers, the light shows and stuff, really do benefit from being in full darkness.
Correct, yeah.
And even, this time of year, though the sun sets starting a bit earlier, it's still not even fully dark by 10 o'clock, really, or that's about where we're getting. So I would, love to see these events continue. I think it's a great thing for our community, and, I'm flexible, so whatever you guys make, I'll support. But
what if we do the first one midnight and then let them go to 1:30 if the first one goes well?
I wanted to ask about how many of those headsets do you actually have for people to have silent?
Well, there's a couple different ways you can have a silent disco. If you're doing a multiple channel silent disco, which is what you traditionally see with the colored headphones, and you can switch between colors and all that kind of thing, we don't actually have any of those yet, so we'd have to source those. However, you can do a radio interruption of a local channel with the proper credentials, which we do have, and you can change any headset on your phone or whatever you would like to receive that. So you might not even be in the event. It can go up to 200 meters away. So you don't even have to be at the event, which we don't want that to get out to public necessarily, but to hear the types of music that we're playing, and then we don't have to charge you any additional for those kind of the rental of that headset, which is what we'd look to do to save costs to the community members.
But that's fascinating. I could almost see going to midnight and then you have to turn on to that system.
That's what we would ideally propose before allowing it to go later with amplified sound.
So maybe, how about if we go to public comment before we push forward?
I do have one thing I want to clarify. So if for some reason you can go to 1:30, I would like to have it written in that there's a cutoff time for serving alcohol at least, maybe 45 minutes before last call.
Last call is in last call of the bars or last call for the event?
Yeah, last call for alcohol.
Okay.
Hour. So if we go to 1:30, 12:30, last call.
Okay. All right, let me get out of the way.
So we'll open it up for public comment. We'll go to those in person first.
Hi, just because I did have a great conversation with Joe, I do live nearby, and I have a dog in the car, so I have to go, so I'm going to be the first to talk. But I was not there the night of the event, although I did walk my compost through the event as it was just beginning, and the security was really polite and helpful, and I did sort of do it to see what it was all kind of about because I wasn't going to be able to witness the actual party or whatever. The one thing I noticed through the pandemic in the neighborhood I live in is that when people are there later than something like midnight or, darkness when a lot of people are heading to bed, people hang out, and if they've had alcohol, they sometimes hang out and are loud, and if they have alcohol and are loud and then they get in a car, that amplifies a lot of things. So back to my climate reality and the need to start changing the way we do things. I would really like to see fewer cars coming to that event, and like they tried at the Oyster Fest, not too successfully, but we've got to start doing this type of thing of offering shuttles or some mass transit ways of getting people to these events to have fun and maybe have a little too much to drink, but not getting in a car and loudly zooming off and potentially, causing some issues in the neighborhood. So I don't have a problem with the actual event and the timelines or whatever. It's the post-event that I'm really concerned about. And it does sound like they have people going around and monitoring all that, but it's alcohol in cars late at night, after midnight, just thinking about all those types of things, and I'm just going to leave you with that to consider, because I want people to have a good time, and I want to have them to have a good time, and I can sleep through a lot of things, but I do not like people not respecting the neighborhoods or the neighbors just because they don't know what they're doing because they're under the influence, and then they get in a car, which is even worse. So those are my major concerns about this type of thing. So carry on.
Hi, my name is Jonah. First, I kind of wanted to address her thing a little bit, and one of the wonderful things is we used to have our events somewhere else where driving was, in fact, absolutely something you had to do because you had to leave the party because they're not in Arcata. One of the wonderful things about our event now is that it's right in the city center, and most of the people walk or bike, and we have a bike valley. As someone who works really closely with security, when the sound is done, the sound is done. That includes the speakers or people talking, and we move people along the way very quickly because we are very aware of the residents in the area, that being able to stop us. So we're very aware of that. We work really well with our security. I guess I'm just going to wing it now. Basically, during the pandemic, for me, I had to basically change my careers, and I know that I have to do something very passionate that I love, and I have to work with people I like, or I get burnt out really quickly. I started volunteering for Joe and Arcane and working with all of these wonderful people here, and then I just worked myself into the position there because I loved it so much. I've been all over the place, and I've never found a group of diverse people that all represent the same thing and that we all want the same thing so much. I do understand what the residences have to deal with and all that, and we'd like to mitigate that with them but as you were saying before, we just drive at night. I mean, we do like the daytime because it gives us a new, exciting thing that we can do that's brought something to Arcane that we didn't really have before, which is kind of fun. But we thrive at night. We have, fire people, fire flow, fire art. We have even our light shows are artistic. I consider the people that do those art as well. Everybody gets taken care of really well, and everybody's sitting here for a reason. So I hope that we can all work it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, my name is Christian Legaspi. I'm coming up here as a performer and a local, and I just wanted to say a few things. As a local, I'm so local that I know what Bombardiers is. I'm so local that I used to go to house parties at Vice Mayor Schaefer's. As a performer,
Can you make sure that goes in the minutes, Bridget?
as a performer, I've DJ'd in the Philippines, I've DJ'd in Hawaii, I've DJ'd in the East Coast, the West Coast, the Midwest. I've done 497 events, not including weddings. I've DJ'd from the Ingomar House to the Tip Top Club, every casino, whatever in this local community. And for what it's worth, I think that you have found the right person to lead the charge in this growing music community here. How Seattle had the grunge scene, I can humbly say that Arcata is going to have the arcane scene. So for whatever that's worth, Joe is the right person for you guys to rest your trust on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bella, and I'm here representing myself and Arcane Artists. I am an artist myself, and I was one of the participants in the last event, and I wanted to say how well the event went with everybody working together and such a diverse group of people, and I really appreciate you considering artists in this community. And such a diverse group we are, actually, and showing other people how artists of diverse nature can work together. And I hope you do consider us moving the event into a later hour as we can show you how we operate as a team together and a community and how we consider everybody. And we are giving Joe especially, I just want to say thank you because he's really been a pinnacle point for all of us to come together and has given so many artists a voice and a platform in this community. And we continue to do this and grow together and see more and more people come together. And I really hope that you can see that that's what we're doing. And thank you for all of your consideration. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kayla. I'm a part of the dance crew that always performs with our events that we put on, and yeah, just really proud of how much Joe has worked from the beginning and helping it grow, and he puts a lot of consideration into every aspect of our events, from people who are performing, for dancers and musicians, and especially the community, and how much care he puts into, how he was saying, going to the residents and checking, making sure everybody is semi on board. So yeah, but yeah, going into the later nights, a lot of our creativity is with like the fire dancers and our light shows, and so giving us a little bit more time to showcase that and just allow us to show our potential and our talent is just appreciated. So whatever you guys allow, but yeah, later is better for us. And we will do it, do it considerately. And yeah, just thank you for letting us present this to you guys.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Travis McDougall. I'm here representing part of the community because I've been going to Joe's events for about a year and a half now, and then more recently I've been starting to help with some more of the production side of things. I did send in an email, but I thought being a face to read off the email would be a little bit better. Joe and Arcane artists have been providing a safe and fun platform for local upcoming artists to express themselves and gain much needed experience to help them grow. On the other hand, they've been providing the same great space for the community to come together, meet new people, and enjoy themselves. He always makes sure his events are well staffed, which has eased my personal anxiety about going out when considering how hectic partying can be afterwards. Recently, I started working for Joe, and no matter how busy his schedule is, he will always ask how you are doing and how he can help you in your own personal life. I hope that we can make it easier for more of the Humboldt community to enjoy what Joe and his team have been putting together. It is great to see people of all ages at the Arcane events, but early curfew that has been enforced leaves out the part of the community that doesn't get off work till late at night, which in turn affects income opportunities and makes it more difficult to coordinate future events. I hope you can see the good these events are bringing to the artists, the job opportunities it's creating, and the joy it's bringing to the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danny, and I'm an employee of one of the venues that Joe throws a lot of shows at. So I work really closely with all of his employees and him when he runs the shows. And I just wanted to say, and advocate that his security is always on point. He is always, very well staffed. He always has it really organized. They always show up. And he really just is always adamant about following the rules of the ABC, the rules of and laws of the community to keep everything, tight. And he's always very present in every single event. So whenever anything is, questioned or going wrong or someone has a question, he was always right there. They have headsets on, and he just goes around and he takes care of everything that needs to be done. And so I think that having a later time for him would be good, and I think that it wouldn't arise very many problems because I think that he has the ability to definitely pull that off in staff and has the right people that are qualified to do all of those things to keep people safe and to do everything that it would be to make a good show in that town and not make everybody upset. So I hope that you guys consider doing it to 1:30, and I think that it would be a really good thing and a really good thing for the community.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley, and I'm speaking on the safety of the events. My first interaction with Joe was at one of the beach events. I don't mind decompressing by myself every so often. I was sitting on a log after the event, and I was winding down by myself. Joe noticed that I was alone, and he approached me, and then he got on my level. He then asked me if I needed to speak with Angela. I was a bit confused about the question. He explained that I could go to anyone on his staff at any time at any one of his events, and if I felt unsafe, a member of his staff would make sure I could leave safely. I told him I was fine, and he returned to cleaning up after the beach event. I didn't know about this campaign, and I was in awe of it, and I was happy that he explained it to me, and I've never felt more safe going out than in this moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nolan Schaefer, and I've been volunteering and working with Joe and Arcane for a little over a year and a half. All I have to say really is I've never experienced a more welcoming amount of people. The professionalism is amazing, and the inclusion is always something that I'm going to remember. I'm honored to have been a part of all of this, and I hope it keeps going for many years, as well as be able to recommend this event series to as many people as possible that want to be a part of it. I really do believe this is a great opportunity for a lot of artists, a lot of people, and a lot of people to have an amazing time. So I do hope you guys approve this, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sequoia. I'm here for an appeal to emotion and to wear this blazer. I have been a resident of Humboldt County since 2018. My experience with Arcane started at the beginning, the very first show. After spending almost all of my prior year in the shelter-in-place isolation with the rest of the world, I had rarely gone out because work was priority. After that turning point in 2020, all the businesses had closed down, I had time and energy, but now couldn't go out. Everyone who knew me heard me say ad nauseum, I just want to dance. I made it through by dancing alone in my home. And then came Arcane. There I was, it was happening, I couldn't believe it, we all got to dance again. I am purpose-driven, not big into parties or what gets my peers into trouble. I was there for the magic of community and dancing if I hadn't mentioned that already. I did not expect to find purpose, though it did not take long before I hopped on board. I got involved as much as possible. I tried to keep it succinct, but I did everything from postering and outreach and taking down and cleaning up the beach, and somewhere in there I joined the dance team. I have been dancing since I was 4 years old, and as all adults find out, you don't really have time for hobbies anymore, so I finally had the opportunity, and it opened so many more doors and additional income for me. Arcane felt like a new start, a calling, a purpose. I met some amazing artists and visionaries. We all spoke of our dreams. Many nights were spent with Joe talking about his visions, and the days saw them manifest. Crew members and regulars I would later call my friends. Of course, my amazing dance partners that I have the honor of sharing the stage with. Somewhere on that beach, I fell in love, and we would find ourselves on stage together, performing, working alongside, supporting. Arcane fam even helped me pull off his surprise birthday party. I felt belonging, I felt passion. Those nights dancing under the stars changed my life. I felt so good about joining a movement where the artists came first. I felt it was possible to follow your dreams, to find love, to bring joy, to be creative. For me, it has never been just a party, and I'm not sure where I would be without joining in those magical Arcane Artists Beach nights. I hope the block party will cultivate that same feeling for others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bella Awan, and I'm a part of the dance team with Arcane Artists, and I feel so blessed to have been a part of it. I approached Joe recently when I first moved here, just really wanting to be a part of something artistic, and I'd been lacking it with the pandemic, and he gave me a community, and everyone has given me such a beautiful community of people who support me, and these events are just like the cherry on top of magic and being able to express ourselves and have a platform and a community. I truly think that extending the time will allow us to have more people come and help us continue these events and continue to grow this community for us and give us more success so we can give all these people this magical feeling and experience. So yeah, I hope you guys extend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lillian Connect. I am here as a lover of melodic house music, and I love dancing as well. I've been dancing since I was out in clubs, since I was 18. Before that, of course, at home in front of the mirror. In Arcata, there isn't much places that do offer house music, so I love the fact that Joe tries to get as many house artists as he can get. And they're awesome. So, and I do thank you for considering to extend the ending time for outdoor music events. Arcane Artists creates a safe space for artists in the community to showcase their talents, as well as a public space for the public to come together and dance without the fear of being in a tight enclosed space like most of the clubs or bars in Arcata are. Extending the end time will allow people like myself who don't get off work till 10 p.m. To enjoy the outdoor space that Arcane Artists cultivates. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I support the arts. I've I've taught at the university in Santa Barbara as an art teacher, and I would like to look at the bigger picture as far as this whole conversation tonight, that you have a gateway project and you have an arts and entertainment district, and some of these questions I think you need to be asking yourself for that future project, because I don't think you have really any details on that. And I think there's lessons to be learned from other projects. I lived in Miami for about 8 years in the Wynwood district, which is very similar to the whole idea with the Gateway project. And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned as far as, you know, when you have a lot of creative artists in an area, and what can potentially happen to them in a very negative way when they're forced out from gentrification. And it's not a, you could go Google Wynwood, Miami gentrification, you could hear a lot of what's been talked about tonight as far as, you know, what happens in the bigger sense. And so you're not trying to reinvent the wheel. So I think with this first step with all these folks will give you some answers to maybe, you know, the noise aspect of it. But you are creating an environment where you're bringing in, you know, quite a bit of new housing into that area, and I don't know how you're going to set the parameters for all that so that, you know, everybody's happy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Keisha. I'm here as one of Joseph's closest friends and a person who's been around for the Arcane Artist beginning to see how everything has gone through, and honestly, also one of Joey's hardest critics. I'm constantly poking holes and trying to help him make sure he's covering all the bases, and every time this man has shown that he knows what he's doing and that he's willing to work hard to make sure that the community feels comfortable with events that are being shown. And also, as a person who works in the service industry, it's really hard to see all of my closest friends and family get to throw these events while I'm at work and I can't be there to support, when I'm the one also helping postering and setting up and doing what I can to support Joey. So I think allowing that extra time for people like me who want to be a part of these shows and be there for the people they want to support, but also enjoy the entertainment life, but I can't because I'm also working at those hours, but those few extra hours would be great. And I really appreciate you guys giving like a little bit of a leniency, trying to do a trial run. I think that's really important, and seeing how the community comes back with that. And I just want to say thank you for the consideration. And Joey's your man. He's going to get everything done and make sure everything's done correctly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. Just also wanted to share my experience with Arcane Artist. I've had the opportunity to work with Arcane Artists under the direction of Joey for over the past 2 years. In my experience, it is clear that Joe is well seasoned in the industry and knows how to run a successful event. While working these events, I had the pleasure of watching artists flourish and grow through the creative opportunities cultivated by Joe. At these events, I got to witness and experience the joy that happens when you create a space for communities to safely express themselves. Allowing the extension of the event ending times would ensure the continued enrichment of the artists and countless community members who have already benefited from the hard work that Joe Ostini and Arcane Artists have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ashley. I'm a good friend of Joe's, and I've been involved with Arcane Artists since the beginning. When the world was hit with the pandemic and everything was turned to chaos and there was no music scene, when that's what most of us, that's our escape, that's what we wanted more than anything. Arcane Artists started as live streams in Joey's backyard, and it's evolved into such a wonderful community environment to be in. It's a place where you can come for good company, great music, for people to be themselves. And for me personally, it's had a huge positive effect. I work as a vet tech during the day, and I work extremely long hours, so I don't get off work until later. And the only thing I want to do when I get off work is go and dance. And the Arcane Artist shows allow me to do that, and I've been lucky enough to actually join part of the dance team and actually have dance as a job. And I'm very thankful that Joe has provided me with that opportunity. I'm advocating for these later shows because it allows not only me but all these other workers to attend these shows with that do have these job restrictions, but it also advocates for the vendors, because there's clothing vendors, there's all these art vendors, there's food trucks, there's other community businesses that are able to set up their stand at these events and promote themselves to a whole different crowd, a nighttime crowd that they normally don't get to at these like plaza events during the day. So I'm advocating for the late times for exposure for not only arcane artists but everyone in the community, and Joe is your person and he's going to make sure everything gets done in the restrictions that you guys want. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone online?
We do. Our first speaker is Patricia. Go ahead, Patricia.
Yeah. Let's see. Where do I start? So the Arcata music scene and the art scene is just so, we're so blessed to have such a rich community, and I really want to support it as much as possible. And, you know, coming out of the COVID years and trying to come out of the COVID years, I think just all the venues that we can provide for the musicians and the artists are welcomed. I have a lot of friends that are musicians, so I really root for them to be back in and doing what they love and making a living at it. That said, I have to be the buzzkill, I guess, on this evening a little bit. I think this sounds like a very awesome company. I have a lot of admiration for them. We're talking about 8 Saturdays for the next 3 months, and they stated numbers could be up to 800 to 1,000 people, or agreeable amount otherwise, which I take to mean possibly more. And so I think this may open up a precedent for other areas and in the future for longer hours. I kind of support pushing it to 11 o'clock and seeing how it goes for the next event, and see how it goes, see what the community around it, if there's any complaints or what they think. Also, according to the map on packet page 206, there were no notices given to residents or businesses on L Street or K Street between 7th and 11th Street. There weren't any flyers. That's really close, like it's within 2 blocks from the venue. Also, if, you know, it also stated that on the July 23rd event, that overall the noise levels were heard up to 5-block vicinity, and that it didn't resonate loudly even 1 block from the event. I could say that's not really accurate. That last event was incredibly loud, but you know, it ended just like they said, right at 10 o'clock on the dot. It was awesome. They were really respectful with that time, and it was totally bearable. You could hear it through double pane windows. You know, I'd be willing to go till 11. That would be no problem for me. And I think there wasn't a lot of calls because it ended at 10.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia. That's your 3 minutes. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I did want to compliment the council on how they handled the rental inspection. I thought they were very thorough on that. It showed a lot of subjectivity. I think that the enthusiasm of this, and I would agree with Patricia and all these people that come in and spoke, it sounds like a really wonderful event, but I don't think you're following the normal guidelines of actually looking through the issues and making sure the concerns are addressed. Because, I mean, for example, pointing the speakers away from 10th Street, I think is a great idea because there is a lot of people over there, but pointing it south, is pointing it toward other neighborhoods too. And I think that's a little bit of where things came across with us. You know, and the concern as far as the 800 to 1,000 people that could potentially happen and they have contingencies for it means that they would welcome if it happened. And I think you might need a little better parking plan for this and concerns. And this is an outside event, you know, so I would just ask of you to do your due diligence. I know there's a lot of excitement here, but just at least go back to what the staff's recommendation was. And I think it's a good one to test this out at 11 o'clock and go from there. Because our initial feeling is we have this sense that, you know, a lot of things go on at the creamery and we love them, we can hear them, you know, and they end at 10. But I feel like if you put this wide open at 1:30, that there'll be no area to input in this during the night if it is super loud and you're just kind of stuck with it. Anyway, that's all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, our next speaker is Shoshana. Go ahead, Shoshana. Go ahead, Shoshana.
Hello. Hi, I'm just reaching out because I'm totally all for events and all for everything wonderful that the artists and music and coming out of COVID. Yes, of course, 100%. I did run a dance studio in the Creamery building for many years and definitely have a feeling that events that end at 10 are definitely different than events that end at 1:30 with my experience in the Creamery district, and that it's very dark over there. And when people are, as Meredith said, released into the ether, that's where people kind of wander into a lot of the dark corners of the Creamery district. And just, I think an incremental later situation would be awesome, so that it could kind of grow and that the community in that area could get used to it, because so many people do flow up onto the rooftop of the Creamery building, which is awful when you're inside of it and it leaks in the winter. So there's, you know, just I think it's a lovely idea to have things maybe start out a little later and just work up to a later time, because it definitely, when an event ends at 10, people go somewhere else for the after party. When something goes till 1:32, that is maybe more of a destination and they stay there for more of the partying. And when you have 1,000 people leaving at around that time, it'll definitely be felt a little differently than if 400 people leave around 10. So it'll just change the, you know, the impact on the neighborhood and the building. And also don't forget that there are residences in the Creamery building, which is kind of like M Street, that doesn't exist, that is closer than even the residences over at the 8th and N corner. There are several folks that live in the between 8th and 9th in that block of the Creamery building. But yay, fantastic. Thanks so much. That was just my only thoughts. And if there were more lights, I know more lighting in the Creamery district was something that had been talked about, and that would also be lovely if more people are going to be walking, biking, and driving through there even later, after being excited with a fantastic event. Thanks.
Thank you, Shoshana.
Okay, our next speaker is Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hello, Chris Richards here. Just a couple of comments. I just wanted to say it sounds like the group is very enthusiastic. Joe Ostini has adequate experience and has enthusiasm for, you know, creating this and hoping to watch it grow. The thing I really want to say with this is, if you really want to get community support and, you know, help this to grow in a fashion where you can reach and attain the goals of later night venues and all that, I really think baby steps is going to be your way to go. If you pull the Band-Aid off and go, okay, we're going to just roll with this and see what happens, it's going to hurt, you know, everybody in the process. Also, previous speaker early on was mentioning the ideology of this sort of venue becoming a part of what's happening with the Gateway District. And, you know, I think, Joe, it'd be great to talk with you about talking about, you know, some ideas and some a facility or something to where you could really dial in something like this and make it a reality. But I worry that if you jump too high too fast, you're going to end up smashing, against the community that won't like it. So anyway, that's my thoughts, and I wish you good luck, and I recommend what City Manager Karen Deemer is saying with, take it slow and see how it works and see how the community reacts, and move forward step at a time. Anyway, thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Chris.
There's no other online public comment.
Okay, before we go to deliberations, Joe, could I just ask a point of clarification? I mean, yeah, a couple people did mention like 800 to 1,000 people, and I thought that I had read that somewhere, but then when we were looking back, and I don't. Okay, so is it? I just wanted to clarify that that was part of the plan.
Yes, it's we're prepared and staffed to accommodate those numbers up to 1,000 people. However, we don't anticipate having them at the events based on the current artists that we have booked and the ways that we do our promotion. We hope to obtain those numbers, absolutely, and we are prepared, and every event is staffed that way as well as the facilities. But I don't believe that that is a reality in the near future to have 1,000 people show up at the event. But if they do, we would love that, and we are ready to handle that. And we are definitely, the way that we have people exit the venue, especially in those late nights with security down the streets, kind of prevents that spillover into the neighborhoods, and people loitering and talking loudly in front of residences is something we want to avoid at all costs. So that's something that we also put in the plan. I'm not sure if you guys have read that or not.
Thank you for that clarification.
I know that space really well because I use visual concepts for all my graphic design and printing and stuff, and it does seem like it's kind of a small space for 1,000 people. Seems like they'd be pretty crammed in there. What do you think?
Well, we don't use just the street. I think it was outlined so that the fenced-in field area there that backs up to Ironside Metals, combined with the street, is actually adequate for 1,000 people. I think that more space is better, but we have, when that was reviewed, it was acceptable. The parking is what we would definitely not like to have 1,000 people for, but that's why we encourage biking, having a bike valet, and we have a rideshare drop-off on, I believe it is 9th Street. It's our 8th Street over there, so it's actually just for rideshare drop-offs, Ubers, and taxis.
Well, I would like to make a motion. And I would like to make a motion that you can go and continue the music until midnight. And then afterwards, you'll have to tell me what that is called again. You go to, okay, silent. I was going to call it something, but to a silent event, silent disco. I would go until 1 o'clock. And that's my thought about this. And also I would make the stage face southwest. Because if you turn it that way, you're going out towards the bottom. Well, then you may get people in Windsong or I don't know where. But you will definitely not be affecting some of the other residents by turning it that way.
Alex, can we just add in a last call at midnight to that motion?
Yes, last call for sure.
I'll second that then.
And are you guys wanting us to start at the next? Are we going full bore on the next event, or are we phasing in?
I kind of like the idea of just fully approving the first two to see how they go, and then giving the city manager discretion if everything goes well to go past that. Does that make sense?
Excuse me, did you mean full board till 1:30? Is that what you meant, or just in?
I think are you guys fine with the 1 rather than 1:30? And
no, I just say 1 o'clock. I would say silent dance, or I'll get it eventually. Silent event from midnight to 1, and you do your and you call your liquor call at 12. 12.
All right.
Hour before. That should be reasonable, I would think.
Okay. And Karen, are you comfortable? I know you weren't comfortable extending this, and so are you comfortable being the one that makes the decision, or would you like to have one of us to confer with over that, or are you comfortable in that?
I will likely confer with the mayor and vice mayor, as I do on a number of things, and
okay.
Joe's pretty good at arm wrestling, so I think he's going to win, but no. I just have to say, Joe's been great to work with. He came to me early. We talked very early on and said, why don't we try one, and then let's schedule it so it's close after that you can get before the council and have this conversation. So I'm confident that with his community and with his skills that we'll be able to work it out. I did just want to clarify so we're doing from the beginning, music until midnight and silent disco after 1 o'clock with last call for alcohol.
At noon.
At midnight.
At midnight. At noon. At noon.
Or
The day
noon,
before, midnight.
Okay. Yeah. And so we're going to trial that for the next 2 events. And then I guess what we'll do, can we authorize the city manager, if she feels comfortable to carry on, that she authorizes it to carry on after the 2?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I plan to be there at the next one to make sure everything's okay.
I see that you have Slow Magic on the schedule. I didn't even look that closely, so that's pretty exciting. Oh, okay. Well, I would love to see that. I would. Yeah.
Okay. So we have. Sounds like we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Party on, folks.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Those are good stories.
Thanks for waiting through the rest of the meeting for that.
Okay. Okay. So next, that's going to take us to oral and written communications. Hey guys, we still have to finish our meeting. So if you could practice, I mean, you can leave, that's fine, but if you could practice the silent disco, because we still have to finish. But you're totally fine to leave. You don't have to stay here. So next we have oral and written communications. And the city appreciates public input. That this time is provided for people to address the council or submit written communications on matters that are not on the agenda. Please know that pursuant to the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss or take action on items that are not listed on the posted agenda. At the end of all oral and written communications, the council may respond to statements. Supported requests that require council action will be set by the council for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers addressing the council may be limited to 3 minutes, with a maximum of 5 minutes, and a time limit on the overall length of oral communications may be imposed. And for today, that limit is 3 minutes. So do we have anyone in person first that would like to comment on items that are not on the agenda? Anything that's not on the agenda?
This one isn't.
No,
Because
we already
it's
had,
been kicked back.
we did public input for this item prior to the vote. But
Have you got
go
time
ahead.
for one comment?
Yep.
It falls to the council. The really important thing here is to clarify the mandate for whatever procedures the RIP is going to be developed under. I would have thought that the general plan clarified that pretty clearly, but there's a conflict in the way that it is viewed. It is a responsibility of council to clarify that conflict, not of senior staff.
Okay.
So I'm hoping you'll provide the RIP working group with at least a clarification of what the mandate is, which part of the general plan are we to follow. They are in conflict. We need a resolution.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone online for items that are not on the agenda?
We do. First speaker is Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
Hi, I will go ahead and phrase this in a more general way so we can avoid the subject of on the agenda or not. And I just want to clarify, for an approved event, what will be the acceptable decibels during the operation of that beyond 10 p.m.? Can we get that clarified?
So we're actually not answering, as I read before, Jim, we're not answering direct questions until the end of comment, and then we'll consider if that's something that will be answered or not.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know I'm getting some smiles out of that one, but it's something hopefully will be clarified down the line on this. And just I get the feeling from, anyway, we'll leave it at that. Anyway, thanks for your time.
I have no other online public comment.
Okay, thank you. And just as a general reminder, since, public comment isn't really a time for a back and forth, but if you do, for just in general public, have specific questions that you want answered, you can reach out to us or staff at any time outside of the public meeting, and we can get those very specific answers for you. So it's not limited to here in this moment. All right, seeing no other public comment, we will move on to council and staff reports. So we have an update from our city engineer, Natra Kotri, on transit.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public in the Zoom, and everybody else. So I'm here to give you just a quick update. I did this a few months ago on some highlights of the transit, what's happening and how the ridership numbers were, and they were not that great at that time, but I have some update for you. I have just 4 key items that I'll be speaking on. One is the ridership has gone up as compared to last year. So it's last year we had approximately 55,000 riders riding our transit system, and this year we have 72,000 people. So that's a good increase on ridership. That's great. And also at the last reporting I reported, we will be doing a free bus service for the month of June and July, which we did, and that was very successful. Compared to last year's June and this year's June, we had more people riding. Last year, June, we had 2,700 people riding our transit system for free, and this year we had 3,200 people. So that's again increase, so that's good. And then other highlights, you must have heard this multiple times from me. Our electric buses are coming. They are still coming. Right now, the tentative date is October, mid-October sometime. We'll have a 2 electric bus functioning here, and hopefully they will be running around the city soon. Other thing that you guys keep on hearing about is having not enough lighting on the bus shelters. So with that in mind, last year we applied for some grant. We were able to acquire 9 lights at our bus stops. The lights are here in the courtyard. We are just waiting for the contractor. So once we have a contractor, 8 of our 17 bus stops will have a light this year. And again, next year we have applied for additional grant, and we will be not replacing, but putting new lights on the remainder of the shelters. So that's just a quick update. And then I would like to say now, since I'm hopefully on the TV or somewhere, we are looking for drivers. To run drivers, the most important thing is drivers. It's scared service, looks like, and it's hard to find good drivers these days, and we want to find some more drivers. If you know anybody, please send them our way. We are looking for drivers.
Can you just quickly mention the schedule and the pay?
Schedule and pay. I do not have schedule, but we will. Well, the type of shift will be from morning. We run from morning 6:15 to 10 when the HSE is running, and when HSE is not running, we run from 6:15 to actually from 7 to 7, but they have to come early at 6:15 to 7:30 shifts. It is scheduled, or hopefully scheduled for next council meeting for our new bus stop position, bus driver position that will be coming in front of you for approval. And once that comes, we will be advertising a bus driver position and try to hire somebody and keep on running our system efficiently.
And our part-time salary for a bus driver starts at $21 an hour and ends at $25 an hour, the range.
Great, it seems pretty good.
Great, if you have any questions, I was hoping Joanne would be here. She is excited about all this kind of update, but she's not here. So,
she rode the bus a lot.
Yeah. So any questions on transit, and also like some feedback on what kind of updates you would want? The next time I'll be coming in again 3 months to give you more update on transit. So if you have some specific interest on a transit system, please feel free to ask. Ride transit, get your experience, and ask questions.
So I know one of the things about the bus system at one time was thinking about whether or not we could hire students from Humboldt or Cal Poly Humboldt in order to be able to fulfill some part-time jobs and be able to employ students at the same time. I don't know if that's a possibility anymore, or if that's even being approached through the Cal Poly looking for drivers.
So that's a good comment, and we are in communication with Cal Poly Humboldt regarding that, and they will be advertising our part-time bus position as well. And in the past they have done, but they used to have a good program for site tours. They used to have a student driver system, but they don't have that anymore. They seek services from us when they need, but they don't have that program. Hopefully with Cal Poly, they will try to expand on that, and we could use that pool for our part-time bus drivers. And we are in communication with them, definitely. I had this conversation last week with Cal Poly staff.
Are there special trainings that driver needs? I mean, is that something that we would maybe as an incentive, like pay for the drivers to take a training in exchange for them saying, all right, I'll give you a year or something like that?
Class B and clean record. That's very important. It's hard to find these days. We have a training program as well. We have tried that with HTA, Humboldt Transit Authority, in partnership. We had only, in last 2 years, we have maybe got only 2 applicants, and they were not able to fully complete the training. So we do have that training also in place.
So we'll train you, and you don't even need to sign anything that says you'll stay a year. So yes, step forward. If you just want to give it a try, we'll get you through and get you trained, and yeah.
Yes, I want to say thanks, Chair. You always do an outstanding job, and I really appreciate you putting up with all my questions. Thank you.
We could always remind people that if you become a bus driver, like Randy Mendoza did, then you can become a police chief, and then you become city manager. And so there is a lot of value there. So anyway, that's what he did.
We should put that in the flyer. Driver to manager, yeah. That's a good idea. Well, yeah, I'm glad you guys all are laughing, so that's great. Thank you. Sorry.
Great, thank you. And as far as the content, I thought that was perfectly appropriate. Just the, quick stats. I think that's what we're looking for. So thank you. Other council and staff reports. I'll just start by saying, Arcata, we're going to have competing job positions here, so I'm going to say mine first. Arcata Main Street will be flying a position for an executive director, so if anyone's interested in that, please look out for that, and I'll pass it off to Meredith, because I know what she's going to say.
And the Arcata Chamber of Commerce is still hiring an executive director. That position has been flown. So both really wonderful organizations that only want to serve Arcata, so either one of those would be wonderful jobs. But the chamber was flown first. So.
One quick update, the I Block Party is back, not to be confused with the N Street Block Party. The I Block Party, Sister City Camuapa, Nicaragua fundraiser is back on Labor Day, which is the 5th of September. It's going to be from 12 to 6, and I think the mayor and I will be emceeing that event, and it will be a lot of fun. There's some great live bands, and the usual albacore grill, beer and wine, silent auction, all that fun stuff. So it'll be a great event, and I'll probably keep reminding you until September 5th.
Oh, and one more thing. There's only 3 more Crabs games left of the season. I know, so fast. Go see a Crabs game before the season's over.
And
it's only past the 7th. We could all go for free right now.
Then, so if someone could, the name of the event is escaping me because I'm tired, but there's a wonderful event that I'm emceeing this weekend at the Marsh. It's the memorial for the
annual lantern ceremony.
Could you say that one more time?
It's our annual lantern ceremony.
Yeah, and so it's a really peaceful, wonderful event. You can make your lanterns if you're interested at the farmers market, and then they float them on the marsh. It's a memorial for the victims of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombs that were dropped. But it's also just turned into a memorial for loved ones and for our community. So I will be there this Saturday evening, and I'm looking forward to it. So thanks for helping me out with the name.
So I went to the basketball court in Valley West and got to see the painting there and saw some of the students and city staff. And it looked really wonderful, so I was really happy to be able to do that. And the other thing is I got a call that on LK Wood, there's going to be minor delays, and that's between Sunset and Granite, August 8th to the 10th, and that'll be from 8 to anyway, they're going to be repaving the roadway. So I'm just announcing that there's a lot of individuals that drive that way, and they'll be going a little slower to get home. And I got that call on my phone, so it's very, effective way to let everyone know what's going on in the community. So I don't have anything else. I mean, I had a lot of ideas, and I brought them up, and things about trying to figure out how to get certain things done, but I sent a list to Karen about that, and I'm glad to hear that the dog park may be coming on the agenda soon. So thank you.
I had a question from a community member whether or not we're supposed to take public comment on the reports, and I think we actually are. It's an item on the agenda. Just, I don't know, something we should think about or ask, Nancy's opinion on.
Are you for like the report that Nature did and for the reports that we're getting? Okay, we can check. We'll definitely check with Nancy.
Also, I don't know, I guess it's a complaint that some of the committee meetings are overlapping, and it's preventing some community members from attending all the committee meetings. Like right now, for example, a lot of the committees are meeting about the Gateway Plan, and so some people want to hit all those meetings. So, I don't know if that's something we can address, tweak the schedule at all, but I think that would help with making sure, the public can get involved. And then I wanted to propose an agenda item to discuss doing a 5-year plan of sharing some of the revenue from the community forest operations with the Wiat tribe. And I'm thinking year 1, 10%, and then go up to 50% over 5 years, and that would give us an opportunity to supplement that lost revenue because we do rely on it. I don't know if we can, fill some of that in with Measure A money, but yeah, it's just something, an idea I had that I thought would be in line with, like our land acknowledgement, our beliefs. And go ahead.
Are you talking about the logging funds?
Yeah.
Yeah, like an honor tax. Yeah, I would be into discussing that.
Great. And then, I was just wondering, HSU bought the property that was supposed to go for seniors. Somebody, I think, maybe it was Michael Winkler emailed us and said he heard that HSU was asking some of the businesses around the, maybe within the Gateway project area if their properties were for sale. And so it seems like, I don't know, like, are we having any conversations with them? To be totally blunt, we talk all the time about working together and communicating, but every time at the end of the day, HSU kind of just does what they want to do. So to some extent, we need to protect ourselves, we need to protect our residents, and, if we need to try to open up those communications again with HSU, but it does seem like it's a concern to people that frankly, they're concerned that the university is going to take over the town. It is our most important economic driver. It's a huge part of the city, but I don't think it is the city. Just doing what we can to make sure there's a balance and we're representing our constituents. And then lastly, this month I'll be celebrating my 10th month of sobriety, so that's something I'm really proud of, and just want to share that with the community and just encourage people that are having any issues with mental health or substance abuse that they can reach out to me, and I'd love to help out if I could. Thanks.
Well, I would just like to comment on my understanding is people in Arcata, those that own property, have actually contacted the university to ask them, Cal Poly Humboldt, if they are interested in buying their property. So it goes both ways. And my understanding with Creekside is that the owners of that property had worked on it for 20 years, and then they asked Cal Poly Humboldt if they would like to buy it. They offered it to them, and they bought it for, my understanding is they can't buy anything unless it's at market rate. It's appraised, the appraised value for it. So when a lot of people, I think, were talking about Creekside, they think about that so much was going to be owned by the owners, Danco, et cetera, and so much was going to be owned by the Life Care Humboldt. So we look at the numbers and we could get those confused because it's not all one number, because Life Care wasn't going to be buying all the property, only a portion of it. So I think we have to keep some of the misinformation is really easy. You shake your head out there. It's very easy to have a lot of misinformation. So I think I doubt if Humboldt will come down and say, oh, I'm thinking about this and this and that, just like we wouldn't as a city be saying, oh, I'm thinking about this and that, because if I or you or any of us were going to buy a piece of property, we would expect our realtor not to put it out on social media that Joe is buying this piece of property. It's confidential until the sale is completed, and so it's just the way it is. So we can't really expect anything different. We may expect something different, but we can't have anything different because that's how that whole real estate law goes.
I just always felt like we were trying to build this partnership with them, kind of like we're on equal footing. And, So I hear what you're saying, from a business standpoint, but I feel like from a community perspective, it would be nice to have better communication.
Yeah, just to open that dialogue, I mean, because this is going to be something that we're going to see over and over again in the coming years because, it's a delicate balance because Cal Poly is also kind of under extreme pressure from the state and also kind of hated by their peers in the CSU system because they've gotten so much money pumped into them. And then now, there's also working with the city and all these different layers of, what that situation looks like. But I think, keeping that healthy dialogue and opening it up and, making sure that, when we get updates too, in the meetings that we have every other month, whatever that is, that we share them out too and get people, involved in that conversation. But it's a great point to be making. Yeah, because we're going to see it a lot coming up.
So I would like to ask a question. I see where the City Council will hold a joint study session with the Planning Commission on Tuesday, August 23rd at 6 p.m. But we also have this notice that we have a special meeting with them, and which is tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
That's just their meeting.
Oh, well, somehow I got it. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to do all of this at once? And I really thought we were later. Okay, thank you.
So that is the next item on there. And so if we want to confirm by consensus that we do have that joint study session on Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022 at 6 p.m. in the council chambers. Yeah.
And then that's just me, Sarah, and Meredith, right?
If we hear, we haven't heard about Alex's conflicts, right? So
okay.
Yeah. And the planning commission. Yeah. And those guys.
So that was consensus, Bridget, for that. Okay, perfect. All right, awesome. Okay, we did not have a closed session, so there are no reports, and so we will adjourn. Thank you, everyone.